It's funny how memories cling to you, isn't it? Like damp earth on your boots after a long hike, no matter how much you try to shake them off. Most days, I can push it to the back of my mind, focus on my life now, the mortgage, the kids, the general chaos of being a 38-year-old dad in upstate New York. But sometimes, especially when the air gets still and heavy, or the wind whispers just right through the eaves, I'm right back there. Back to the summer I was 22, when I thought I knew everything, and a simple day trip turned into something I still can't fully explain. I was fresh out of college that year, brimming with that particular blend of arrogance and naivety only early 20s can truly foster. My degree was in environmental science, and I figured the best way to prove I was practically a modern-day explorer was to actually, explore. I'd landed a seasonal gig with the state park system, mostly glorified trash duty and trail maintenance, but it put me deep in the Adirondacks, among some of the oldest, most rugged mountains on the East Coast. My base was a small ranger station just outside a place called Blackwood Hollow. Remote doesn't even begin to cover it. We were miles from the nearest proper town, surrounded by nothing but dense forest, granite peaks, and a patchwork of forgotten trails. That particular August, I'd been working on mapping some lesser-known cave systems in the area. Most of them were pretty standard fare, cold, damp, full of bats, and generally unremarkable. But there was one off a deer trail that branched from the old logging road that had always fascinated the local old-timers. They called it the Breather. Not because of any scientific reason, just local folklore about a strange draft that came out of it, even on the stillest days. The Park Service had it marked on old maps, but it wasn't on any public hiking routes. It was too unstable, too far out, they said, too much risk. Of course, that just made me want to see it more. I was young, fit, and convinced I was invincible. I'd done my research, cross-referenced a few old geological surveys, and charted a course. It wasn't officially sanctioned, not by a long shot. I knew I should have told my supervisor, or at least a fellow seasonal ranger, but there was a pride thing. I wanted to find it myself, explore it myself, maybe even write a little report for the Park Service that would make me seem indispensable. A stupid, self-important mistake looking back, going alone into an uncharted cave in the middle of nowhere with only a cheap headlamp and a pocket knife for company. That was my first mistake. My second was timing it for a Tuesday afternoon when the entire park was practically empty, and I knew the main ranger station would be understaffed. No one would even notice I was gone until dinner, if then. The hike in was deceptively easy, a 2-hour trek through sun-dappled woods. The air was warm, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, the kind of summer day that lulls you into a false sense of security. I felt good, whistling an old tune, kicking pinecones along the trail. When I finally found the subtle cleft in the rock face that indicated the cave entrance, it was exactly as described, small, almost hidden by an overhang of moss-covered rock and a thick curtain of ivy. It looked utterly ordinary, like any other shadow in the forest, just a dark mouth in the hillside. I slung my small pack off, pulled out my headlamp and flicked it on. A weak beam cut through the gloom. As I got closer, pushing aside the thick ivy, a faint scent hit me. Not the usual damp, earthy smell of a cave, but something else, something warmer. And then I felt it. A gentle current of air, surprisingly warm for late summer, pushing out from the dark opening. It drifted past my cheek, light and soft like a sigh. And then just as subtly, it seemed to draw back in, a gentle suction, as if the very rock itself was inhaling. It was barely perceptible, a whisper against my skin, but it was there, and it made the hairs on my arms stand on end. The whisper against my skin was enough to give me pause. I wasn't easily rattled. I'd spent enough nights alone in the deeper woods, listening to coyotes howl and bears rustle through undergrowth, to consider myself fairly immune to superstitions. But this wasn't the usual damp breath of subterranean air. This was warm, and the way it seemed to ebb and flow like a living thing was profoundly unsettling. My rational mind, the one schooled in geology and thermodynamics, tried to offer explanations. Geothermal activity, a peculiar rock formation creating a Venturi effect, but none of them quite fit the subtle, almost organic pulse I felt. It was more than a draft, it was a rhythmic exhalation and inhalation. I took a deep breath, trying to push aside the goosebumps, and reached for the thick tangle of ivy. It was tougher than it looked, woven like a coarse green blanket over the opening. With a grunt, I managed to peel back enough to squeeze through. The entrance was narrow, requiring me to hunch low, my backpack scraping against the rough rock above. The air inside hit me immediately, a wave of that same unusual warmth, but now it was denser, heavier, carrying a faint, earthy sweetness I couldn't quite place. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was alien. My headlamp beam, weak as it was, cut a hesitant path into the darkness. The passage opened up after a few feet into a small chamber, no bigger than a walk-in closet. The walls were smooth, almost polished in places, unlike the rough, fractured granite I was used to seeing in other Adirondack caves. There were no stalactites or stalagmites, none of the usual mineral formations, just bare, dark rock that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. And then I felt it again, stronger now. A deep, resonant thump from somewhere far below, so subtle it vibrated more in my bones than in my ears. It was followed by a long, slow whoosh of warm air that pushed past me and out towards the entrance. And then, a moment later, a quiet, almost imperceptible suck as the air reversed course, drawing inwards, making the ivy leaves at the entrance flutter briefly before settling. My heart hammered a little harder. This wasn't some geological anomaly. This was patterned, deliberate. My environmental science degree had no chapter on breathing caves. "Hello," I called out, the word feeling stupid and small in the echoing space. Only the faint drip of water, almost imperceptible, answered me, and then, of course, that deeper, rhythmic thump again. I hesitated, standing at the mouth of a passage that led deeper into the earth. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back. This wasn't just unstable, it was wrong. But that damn youthful arrogance, that desire to prove myself, to find something nobody else had, it gnawed at me. And the mystery, it pulled me like a tide. What was making that sound? What was causing this strange, warm air? I had to know. I took a shaky breath, adjusted my headlamp, and stepped forward, deeper into the breather. The passage sloped gently downwards, narrowing and widening unpredictably. The rock underfoot was smooth, almost unnervingly so, as if worn by countless generations of something moving through it. I kept my hand on the wall, the stones surprisingly warm beneath my fingers, not cold and clammy like a normal cave. The air remained thick and warm, and the faint, sweet, earthy smell intensified, taking on a strange, almost metallic undertone. I walked for what felt like 10 minutes, maybe 15, though time was a slippery thing in that lightless world. The thumping sound grew steadily louder, more pronounced, a slow, heavy rhythm that resonated through the rock. It was like a giant, sluggish heart beating deep within the mountain. Thumpy whoosh, pause, suck, thump, whoosh, pause, suck. The rhythm was hypnotic, almost lulling, even as it filled me with a primal unease. I found myself matching my steps to its beat, an unwilling participant in some ancient, subterranean dance. The passage eventually opened into another, larger chamber. This one was vast, the ceiling lost in the gloom beyond my headlamp's reach. My light bouncing off the smooth, dark walls, revealed no end to its expanse. It was like standing in a massive, underground auditorium carved from solid rock. And in the center of this chamber, something glowed. It wasn't bright, not like an electric light, but a soft, steady luminescence, a gentle pulsing that seemed to emanate from a cluster of formations on the floor. My curiosity, now fully overriding my fear, drew me closer. As I approached, the details sharpened into focus. They weren't mineral formations, not exactly. They were organic, or at least they looked it. A cluster of what appeared to be giant bioluminescent mushrooms, but unlike any fungus I'd ever seen. They were roughly cylindrical, about 2 feet tall, and glowed with a soft, ethereal blue light, pulsing in sync with the cave's breathing rhythm. Each thump brought a subtle brightening, each whoosh a faint dimming. Their caps were a network of delicate, translucent membranes, veined with darker capillaries that seemed to pulse with an internal fluid. I knelt mesmerized. I'd read about bioluminescent fungi in distant rainforests, but never anything like this, not in the cold granite heart of the Adirondacks. I reached out a tentative finger, my hand shaking slightly. The surface was cool and slightly yielding, like firm jelly. It didn't feel like a mushroom. It felt meaty. The sweet, earthy smell was strongest here, mixed with that subtle, metallic tang. I pulled my hand back, a sudden chill despite the warm air. This was beyond unusual. This was impossible. This was a discovery that would blow every biologist and geologist out of the water. This was my ticket. Driven by a surge of excitement, I fumbled for my small, waterproof camera from my pack. I snapped a few blurry photos, the weak flash barely cutting through the ambient glow. I knew they wouldn't do it justice. I needed samples. I needed more light. I needed to understand. I spent a long time in that chamber, wandering the perimeter, shining my light into the darkness, but the walls seemed endless. There were no other passages visible from where I stood, just this vast, circular space, the glowing fungi at its heart, and the rhythmic thump-whoosh-suck of the cave. The warmth of the air was comforting in a strange way, almost like being in a living organism. After what felt like an hour, I decided to push further. There had to be another way deeper. This couldn't be the end. The cave was called the Breather for a reason, and I suspected these strange fungi were just one manifestation of whatever ancient biological process was at work here. I retraced my steps back to the initial chamber, but found no other branching passages. I went back to the glowing chamber, circling it slowly, my headlamp beam sweeping the polished walls, and then I saw it. Almost perfectly hidden by a natural overhang, a narrow crack in the wall, easily missed in the gloom. It wasn't a passage, not really. More like a fissure, barely wide enough for me to turn sideways and squeeze through. It opened almost at floor level, and a stronger, warmer current of air was unmistakably flowing from it. My heart picked up speed again. This was it, the real path. I squeezed through, my backpack snagging on the rough edges of the rock. The fissure was tight, forcing me to move crabwise, my headlamp beam bouncing erratically off the close walls. The warmth increased dramatically, becoming almost stifling, and the sweet metallic scent grew stronger, almost cloying. It was like walking into a humid greenhouse, but one that smelled faintly of blood and loam. The fissure twisted and turned, and I lost all sense of direction. Up, down, left, right, it was all a blur of dark rock and the oppressive closeness. The cave's breathing sound was now muffled, distorted, a low, continuous rumble that vibrated through my whole body. After what felt like an eternity, the passage widened again, depositing me into another chamber. This one was smaller than the last, more ovular and completely different. Here, the walls weren't smooth. They were textured, covered in a strange, thick, reddish-brown moss that pulsed with a faint, internal light, much dimmer than the fungi but unmistakably alive. The floor was soft, yielding, covered in the same moss, and walking on it felt like stepping on a giant, spongy mattress. And in the center of this chamber, bathed in the dim, pulsing red glow, was a pool of water. But it wasn't clear, pristine cave water. It was thick, viscous, and glowed with the same faint reddish-brown light as the moss. Bubbles, large and slow, rose from its depths, popping softly on the surface and releasing a puff of that sweet, metallic air. The water itself seemed to pulse, in time with the cave's breathing, ebbing and flowing in subtle waves that never reached the edge of the pool. This was the source, I realized with a jolt that was half terror, half exhilaration. This was where the warmth came from. This was the heart of the breather. I stood at the edge of the pool, my headlamp cutting a stark white circle against the living red glow. The air here was almost unbearably warm and humid, and the smell was potent, intoxicating, making my head swim. I felt lightheaded, almost giddy. My environmental science degree, my rational mind, had completely abandoned me. What I was seeing was beyond any known biology, any known geology. This wasn't a cave, it was an organism, a massive subterranean creature, and I was deep within its tissues. A sudden, sharp pang of fear pierced through the haze of awe and scientific curiosity. I was alone, deep underground, in a place that was demonstrably alive, and I had no idea what it was, what it wanted, or if I was welcome. My little pocket knife and cheap headlamp felt woefully inadequate against something that probably considered granite a minor inconvenience. I took a shaky step back, the soft, mossy floor cushioning my retreat. My original objective of mapping cave systems seemed ludicrous now. This wasn't a system, it was a world, a living world. As I took another step back, my foot snagged on something. I stumbled, windmilled my arms, and then pitched forward. My headlamp flew off, clattering into the mossy floor, its beam flickering once before dying completely. Total darkness. The kind of darkness that presses in, absolute and suffocating, the kind that eats light. My heart already racing, now hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I was disoriented, sprawled on the spongy ground, the faint red glow from the pool and the moss on the walls my only visual. And the sound, the cave's breathing, now loud and overwhelming, a deep, resonant rumble that filled every cell of my body. Thump, whoosh, suck. Panic, cold and sharp, began to set in. I scrabbled around, desperately searching for my headlamp. My fingers brushed against the thick, fleshy moss, its texture strange and yielding. I crawled on my hands and knees, calling out for the lamp, my voice a pathetic croak. Headlamp, where is it? My hands found nothing but the springy moss. The pool of reddish liquid seemed to pulse brighter in my peripheral vision, and the bubbles rising from it grew larger, more frequent, popping with a soft plop that seemed impossibly loud in the silence that followed my cries. The air here was so warm, so humid, so thick with that cloying, sweet, metallic scent, it felt like I was drowning in it. I needed to get out. My arrogance had been a cruel joke. I wasn't an explorer. I was a fool, stumbling into something ancient and unfathomable. I finally managed to get to my feet, my hands pressed against the moss-covered wall, trying to orient myself. Which way was out? I had no idea. The twisting fissure, the dark chambers, they had all blurred into one terrifying, living maze. And then I heard another sound, Not the cave's rhythmic breathing, but something else. Something within the breathing. A faint, high-pitched whine. It was almost melodic, but utterly alien, like wind whistling through very fine, taut strings. It seemed to come from the depths of the glowing red pool. My breath hitched in my throat. I stood frozen, straining my ears, my eyes wide and useless in the pervasive gloom. The whine grew stronger, rising in pitch, a vibrating hum that made my teeth ache. And then slowly, something began to emerge from the viscous red depths of the pool. The surface of the liquid began to ripple more violently, the red light within it intensifying. Large, slow bubbles surged upwards, bursting with a soft, wet splat. The whining sound became a piercing screech, like metal twisting under immense pressure, and I clamped my hands over my ears, wincing. Through my fingers I could see it, a shape. It was dark, a darker silhouette against the glowing red, but it was massive, and it was rising. It wasn't a rock, it wasn't a plant, it wasn't even animal in any sense I understood. It was organic, tentacular, but not like an octopus. More like roots, immensely thick and strong, covered in a slick, dark sheen, pushing up from the depths of the pool. They writhed and twisted slowly, gracefully, dripping the glowing red liquid back into the pool with each movement. The whining sound emanated from these very structures, a song of immense, unseen power. My mind reeled. This was the source of the breather. Not a cave, not even just a living cave. It was a creature, a being, something ancient, vast, and utterly beyond human comprehension. And I was standing inches from its exposed heart. The tendrils or roots, or whatever they were, continued to rise, reaching higher, slowly expanding like an opening flower or perhaps an awakening eye. They moved with an unnerving slowness, a deliberate, patient grace that spoke of eons of existence. The screeching intensified, vibrating through my chest, making my vision blur. I knew with a certainty that was bone deep that I was witnessing something no human had ever seen. And I knew just as certainly that I shouldn't be here, that I was trespassing on something sacred, something terrible. My body finally decided to listen to the primal screams of my instincts. I turned and stumbled away from the pool, away from the rising horror in the red light. I had to get out. I had to get out now. I ran blindly, crashing through the spongy moss, my arms flailing, bumping into the unseen walls. The constant thump-whoosh-suck of the cave was now a terrifying accompaniment to the rising screech from the pool. The warm, humid air felt like a suffocating blanket. The sweet, metallic smell was now sickening, filling my lungs with a cloying dread. I didn't know which way I was going. I just ran, driven by sheer terror, stumbling, falling, picking myself up again. My shins barked against unseen rocks. My hands were scraped raw from clawing at the mossy walls. The darkness was absolute once I moved away from the faint red glow of the central chamber. The passage became narrower, forcing me to squeeze, to twist, to push my way through. I was sure I was heading the wrong way, deeper into the maze, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't think. All I could feel was the pressing darkness, the deafening screech, and the horrifying image of those massive, dark tendrils slowly rising from the glowing red pool. At one point I fell hard, my shoulder hitting a sharp protrusion in the rock. A searing pain shot through me, but I barely registered it. I scrambled back to my feet, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The air was thick, heavy, like breathing mud. Then miraculously, I saw a faint flicker of light in the distance. Blue, the bioluminescent fungi. I'd circled back to the vast chamber with the glowing mushrooms. Hope, a tiny, desperate spark, ignited within me. I was heading in the right direction. I ran towards the blue light, my legs aching, my lungs burning. The blue chamber, once a place of wonder, was now merely a waypoint, a marker on my desperate escape route. As I burst into the large chamber, the blue glow of the fungi was a welcome sight, a beacon in the abyss. The rhythmic breathing of the cave seemed less menacing here, a constant hum rather than a terrifying heartbeat. The screech from the deep pool was now much fainter, muffled by distance, but still a chilling echo in my mind. I didn't stop to look at the fungi again. My eyes were fixed on the far wall, searching for the fissure, the narrow crack that led back towards the entrance. I remembered it was near the floor, almost hidden. I scrambled along the wall, feeling frantically for the opening. My fingers brushed against the smooth, polished rock. Then, a gap. Yes, I recognized the feel of the rougher, jagged edges where I had scraped through before. I didn't waste a second. I dove into the fissure, barely managing to squeeze through, my backpack tearing against the sharp rock. The passage was just as tight, just as dark, but now it was a tunnel of salvation. I pushed myself forward, using my hands and feet, scraping my knees and elbows, ignoring the pain. Every fiber of my being screamed for escape. The air began to cool subtly, a faint breeze on my face. A sign, the entrance wasn't far. I pushed harder, my muscles screaming in protest. Finally, I burst out of the fissure and into the small, initial chamber. The air here was noticeably cooler, fresher, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, a welcome antidote to the cloying, metallic tang I'd endured. And then I saw it, the faint, gray square of the cave entrance, framed by the dark ivy, a promise of the outside world. I half crawled, half stumbled towards it, tears blurring my vision, though I didn't realize I was crying until I tasted the salt. I pushed aside the thick curtain of ivy, feeling the warm late afternoon sun on my face. It was blinding after the absolute darkness, but it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I fell out of the cave entrance, landing hard on the pine needle-strewn earth outside, gasping for air. I lay there for a long moment, chest heaving, heart pounding a frantic rhythm against the dirt. The cave, the breather, was behind me, its dark mouth a silent, menacing presence. I didn't dare look back. The forest, once a place of peace and familiarity, now seemed to hum with a subtle, unnerving energy. The wind whispering through the trees sounded like a sigh, and the rustling leaves took on a sinister edge. Every shadow seemed to conceal a watching eye. I slowly pushed myself up, my body aching, my mind still reeling from the horrors I had witnessed. My headlamp was gone, my camera was probably smashed, my backpack was ripped, but I was alive, I was out. The walk back to the ranger station was a blur of heightened senses and raw fear. Every snapped twig, every bird call sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced that something was following me, that the cave itself was extending its reach. I didn't stop for a single rest, driven by an almost manic need to put as much distance as possible between myself and the breather. By the time I stumbled into my small cabin at the ranger station, the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. My supervisor, a grizzled old ranger named Frank, was already there, leaning against the porch railing, smoking his pipe. He took one look at me, my torn clothes, my scraped face, my wide, terrified eyes, and his pipe almost fell from his mouth. "Kid, what the hell happened to you?" he demanded, his voice gruff but laced with concern. I just stared at him, my mouth agape, unable to form words. The images of the glowing fungi, the pulsing red pool, the dark, rising tendrils, they were still too fresh, too vivid. The sweet, metallic smell still clung to my nostrils. I found it. I finally managed to croak, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper. The breather. Frank's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something ancient and knowing passing through them. He straightened up, slowly removing his pipe from his mouth. You went there, alone, after all we said. I couldn't meet his gaze. I just wanted to see. I didn't think. He walked over to me, his gaze piercing. What did you see, son? What did you really see? I opened my mouth, 100 impossible words bubbling to my lips. Bioluminescent fungi, a rhythmic heartbeat, a pool of living blood, rising tendrils, a sentient mountain. But as I looked into Frank's weary, knowing eyes, I hesitated. Who would believe me? I was the arrogant college kid who went off-grid, disregarded warnings, and then came back with a story ripped from a nightmare. They'd think I'd hit my head, gotten disoriented, hallucinated from dehydration. They'd send me home. They'd dismiss it as youthful overexcitement and a vivid imagination. The rational part of my brain, the part that had been so utterly useless in the cave, now asserted itself with a vengeance. Protect your reputation, protect your job, protect your sanity. Yet it was just an old cave, Frank, I lied, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Unstable, deep, a few unusual mineral formations. I think I slipped, lost my headlamp, got scared, came back. Frank studied me for a long moment, his eyes searching, probing. He didn't say anything, just exhaled a slow plume of smoke. I could feel his skepticism, his unspoken disappointment. He knew I was lying. He knew I was hiding something, but he also knew I was shaken to my core. Finally, he sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of years and unspoken secrets. All right, kid, get cleaned up, get some food in you. We'll talk about it tomorrow. His voice was softer now, tinged with resignation. And stay away from that hollow. You hear me? Stay away. I nodded, unable to speak, and stumbled into the cabin, leaving Frank alone on the porch, staring out at the darkening forest. He hadn't pressed me. He hadn't asked for details. It was almost as if he already knew, as if somehow he had always known. That night I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the pulsing red pool, the rising dark tendrils, felt the oppressive warmth, smelled the sweet metallic scent. Every breath I took echoed the cave's terrifying rhythm. I tossed and turned, bathed in a cold sweat, haunted by the feeling that something had attached itself to me, some invisible tendril of the cave reaching out, pulling me back. The next morning, I woke up with a pounding headache and a profound sense of exhaustion. I felt raw, violated, as if I had glimpsed a truth that was never meant for human eyes. My body ached from the falls and scrapes, but it was the ache in my soul that truly worried me. I showered, trying to scrub away the lingering smell, the feeling of the cave's warm, humid air on my skin. It was no use. It was inside me now. I spent the next few days in a daze, performing my duties mechanically, avoiding Frank's gaze. He didn't mention the cave again, nor did he punish me for my unsanctioned exploration. He just watched me with that same quiet, knowing look. He'd offer me extra coffee or silently leave a plate of food on my table. It was his way of showing concern, I suppose, without prying. He treated me like someone who had just come back from a war he would never speak of. I kept to myself, haunted by the secret. I tried to rationalize it, to force the memories into a framework of scientific understanding, but it was impossible. What I had seen defied all logic, all reason. It was an anomaly, a living impossibility, a testament to the fact that our world held far deeper, stranger mysteries than we could ever imagine. I packed away my torn backpack, my broken camera. I threw away my clothes, convinced they still carried the faint, sweet, metallic scent of that living cave. I tried to forget, to push it all down. but memories cling like damp earth on your boots. A week later, I received a letter from my college, an alumni newsletter celebrating recent graduates asking for updates on our careers. I stared at the blank space for current research projects. I thought about writing about the breather, about the bioluminescent fungi, the pulsing heart of the mountain, about the tendrils. I couldn't, the words wouldn't come. The fear was too great. The knowledge was too heavy. I wrote instead about trail maintenance and tree surveys, about the beauty of the Adirondacks. It was a lie, a betrayal of the truth, but it was a necessary one. I finished my seasonal gig at Blackwood Hollow early that year. I told Frank I'd found another opportunity, a research assistant position in Vermont. He just nodded, that same knowing look in his eyes. He wished me luck. I packed my meager belongings and drove away, leaving the Adirondacks, leaving Blackwood Hollow, leaving the breather behind, or so I thought. For years, the memories were a low hum in the background of my life. I finished my master's, got a good job, met my wife Sarah, had my kids. I built a normal life, a safe life, far away from the dark mysteries of those mountains. I told myself it was just a bad experience, a close call. My mind had played tricks on me in the darkness and fear. That's all it was. But sometimes when the air got still and heavy, or the wind whispered just right through the eaves, I'd feel it again. That faint, warm current of air, that subtle suction, and I'd remember. And then 18 years later, a package arrived in the mail. It was a plain brown box, unmarked save for my name and address, written in an unfamiliar, looping hand. There was no return address. My wife had picked it up from the porch, frowning. "Who's this from, honey?" she asked, turning it over in her hands. My blood ran cold. I hadn't ordered anything. I didn't recognize the handwriting. A primal dread, dormant for nearly 2 decades, stirred within me. I don't know," I mumbled, my voice suddenly dry. I took the box from her, my hands shaking. It was surprisingly heavy. I carried it to my study, my heart pounding a familiar, frantic rhythm. I remembered the rhythmic thump-whoosh suck of the cave. I remembered the feeling of being watched. Sarah, sensing my sudden unease, followed me. "Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." I ignored her, grabbing a letter opener and carefully slitting the tape. I lifted the flaps, revealing a layer of crumpled newspaper. My hands trembled as I pushed it aside. And then I saw it. Resting on a bed of dark, rich soil was a cluster of what looked like mushrooms. They were about 6 inches tall, their caps a network of delicate, translucent membranes, veined with darker capillaries. They pulsed with a soft, ethereal blue light, a gentle, mesmerizing glow that filled the small space of the box. Bioluminescent fungi. My breath hitched, the sweet, earthy smell mixed with that subtle, metallic tang wafted up from the box, filling my study, filling my lungs. It was faint but unmistakable, the smell of the breather. Sarah gasped, leaning forward. "Oh my God, honey, what is that? Are those glowing mushrooms? They're beautiful." She reached a hand out to touch them. "Don't," I shouted, the word torn from my throat, raw and panicked. She recoiled, startled, her hand frozen in midair. What's wrong with you?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. My eyes were fixed on the blue glow, on the delicate, pulsing membranes. They were identical to the fungi I had seen in the heart of that living mountain 18 years ago. Someone knew where I was, someone knew what I had seen, and they had sent me a piece of it, a living, breathing piece of it. Fear, cold and absolute, enveloped me. It wasn't just a memory anymore. It was real. It was here, and it had found me. I looked down at the glowing fungi, then up at Sarah's confused, worried face. How could I explain this? How could I tell her about the thing I had spent almost 2 decades trying to bury? The thing that had just mailed itself to my suburban doorstep. And then I noticed something else in the box, tucked amongst the newspaper and the soil. A small, carefully folded piece of paper. I reached for it, my fingers numb. My name again, in that same looping, unfamiliar hand. I unfolded the paper. On it, scrawled in black ink, were only 2 words. "Let's awake." The words "it's awake" burned into my vision, stark and terrifying against the innocent white paper. My hand, holding the note, trembled uncontrollably. The air in the study, already thick with the sweet, metallic scent of the fungi, seemed to grow heavy, pressing in on me. It wasn't just a memory anymore. It was a physical presence, a cold dread that seeped into my bones. "Honey, what is it? What's wrong?" Sarah's voice, sharp with concern, cut through the fog of my terror. She was still reaching for the glowing mushrooms, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and bewilderment. "Don't touch them," I practically yelled again, my voice raw, snatching the box away from her, as if it were a bomb about to detonate. The sudden movement caused the fungi to jostle slightly, and their blue light pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible increase in intensity, like a tiny heartbeat. Sarah recoiled, her face flushing with anger and confusion. "What the hell is wrong with you, Mark? You're scaring me. Why are you acting like this?" I stared at her, my heart hammering against my ribs. Her face, usually so open and familiar, now seemed impossibly distant. How could I explain? How could I tell her about a living mountain, a subterranean god, about tendrils rising from a pool of red, glowing liquid, about a secret I had buried for 18 years? It sounded insane. It was insane. I can't," I stammered, shaking my head, backing away from her. The box felt heavier than it should, a sinister weight in my trembling hands. The blue light from the fungi seemed to mock my attempts at normalcy, casting an eerie glow on my pale, terrified face. Sarah's anger dissolved into fear. Her eyes searched mine, looking for an explanation for the husband she knew. "Mark, please talk to me. What is that box? Where did it come from? And what does that note say?" She pointed a shaky finger at the crumpled paper still clutched in my hand. I looked down at the note, then back at her. The thought of burdening her with this unspeakable truth, this nightmare that had re-emerged from the depths of my past, was unbearable. It would shatter the safe, comfortable world we had built together. Our kids, our mortgage, our quiet suburban life, it would all be irrevocably tainted by the shadows of Blackwood Hollow. "It's nothing," I lied weakly, trying to stuff the note into my pocket. My voice cracked. "Just a joke, a really bad joke." Sarah wasn't buying it. Her gaze was steady, unwavering. "Mark, you're white as a sheet, you're shaking, and you just yelled at me like I was a stranger. This is not nothing." She took a tentative step towards me, her brow furrowed. "Is this about that summer, upstate, when you came back different?" My blood ran colder. She remembered. Not the details, not the impossible horrors, but the change in me. The way I had retreated, the haunted look in my eyes. She had seen it even then when we were just friends, barely starting to date. She had seen the scar, even if she didn't know the wound. "No, it's not," I insisted, too quickly, too vehemently. I needed to get her away from the box, away from the evidence. "Look, I need to get rid of this. It's old research. Something went wrong. I just need to dispose of it properly." I gestured vaguely at the fungi, trying to sound authoritative, like a scientist with a minor lab accident. But the words rang hollow even to my own ears. I knew she didn't believe me, and I knew deep down that disposing of it properly wasn't going to be enough. This wasn't just dirt and mushrooms. This was a direct message, a physical manifestation of an ancient horror that had tracked me down after nearly 2 decades. Old research that glows blue and smells like whatever that is, Sarah challenged, her voice rising, a note of hurt creeping in, and makes you look like you've seen a ghost. Mark, you can't just shut me out like this, not after all these years. Her words hit me hard, but my terror outweighed my guilt. I couldn't risk telling her. I couldn't risk putting her or the kids in danger by bringing this unholy truth into our home. My priority was protecting them, even if it meant lying to the woman I loved. I'm sorry, Sarah. I need a minute. I need to think. I turned away from her, cradling the box. Please just go. I'll explain later, I promise. She stood there for a long moment, her breath hitching, tears welling in her eyes. I could feel her hurt, her confusion, her fear, but I couldn't look at her. I couldn't betray the secret of the cave, not yet, not when I didn't understand what it meant for us. Finally, with a soft, heartbroken sound, she turned and left the study, her footsteps echoing down the hallway. The door clicked shut, leaving me alone with the glowing box and the chilling message. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the frantic pounding of my heart and the faint, rhythmic pulse of the fungi. Let's awake. The words spun in my head, a terrifying mantra. Awake. What was awake? The breather itself, the creature within it, and why now, after 18 years of silence? I stared at the glowing mushrooms. They were undoubtedly from the cave. The distinct blue light, the translucent caps, the veined capillaries, the unique sweet metallic scent, it was all exactly as I remembered. This wasn't some random discovery or a botanical curiosity. This was a direct link, a thread pulled from the abyss of my past, straight to my doorstep. My mind raced, trying to piece together the puzzle. Who sent it? The handwriting was unfamiliar. No return address. It was deliberately anonymous. Was it someone who knew about the breather? Someone who knew I knew about the breather? Frank, the old ranger, was the first thought that came to mind. He had known something back then, hadn't he? That quiet, knowing look in his eyes. But Frank was old even then. Would he still be alive? And why would he send me something like this, 18 years later, to warn me? Or was it a warning, or something more sinister? The thought of Frank, his gruff demeanor and weary wisdom, offered a sliver of hope, a desperate anchor in the rising tide of my panic. He was the only one other than me who had ever hinted at understanding the true nature of Blackwood Hollow. If anyone could explain this, it would be him. But first, the box. I couldn't leave it here. It felt like a ticking time bomb. I couldn't just toss it in the trash, not with living, glowing organisms that defied all known biology. What if they spread? What if they were dangerous? My environmental science degree, once a source of pride, now felt like a cruel joke, utterly inadequate to the reality I faced. I needed to contain it, carefully. I carried the box, as if it were fragile and volatile, out of the study and down to the basement. Our basement was unfinished, mostly concrete and cinder block, a cold, utilitarian space where we stored old boxes and forgotten tools. It felt like the safest, most isolated place in the house. I found an old, sturdy plastic storage bin, the kind with a tight-fitting lid. With hands still trembling, I carefully lowered the brown package, fungi and all, into the bin. I looked at the glowing mushrooms for a long moment, their ethereal light pulsing softly in the gloom of the basement. They were beautiful in a terrifying, alien way, a fragment of a nightmare brought into my ordinary suburban home. I pushed the crumpled newspaper back over them, trying to block the light, then snapped the lid shut, sealing it tightly. The act felt absurd, like trying to contain a supernova with a Tupperware container, but it was all I could do. I dragged the bin to the farthest, darkest corner of the basement, behind a stack of old holiday decorations, and covered it with a heavy canvas tarp. Out of sight, out of mind, or so I desperately hoped. But the smell, the sweet, earthy, metallic tang, it lingered in the study, in the hallway, clinging to my clothes, to my skin. It was in my nostrils, a persistent phantom. I went upstairs, peeled off my clothes, and threw them into the washing machine, setting it to the hottest cycle. I showered again, scrubbing my skin raw, trying to erase the lingering presence of the cave, but it was no use. The scent was etched into my memory, an invisible tether. Afterward, dressed in fresh clothes, I went back to the study. The room still felt tainted, the air heavy with the ghost of that alien scent. My eyes darted around, searching for any other clues on the package. I found the outer brown wrapping paper in the trash where I'd instinctively thrown it. No sender address, no postmark, nothing to indicate its origin. It was simply there. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic questions. How did this person know about the fungi? How did they know where I lived? Who were they? And what did its awake truly mean? The old dread, the feeling of being watched, of something subtle yet immense stirring beneath the surface of the world, began to creep back into my consciousness. It wasn't just about the package anymore. It was about the implication. If the breather was indeed awake, what did that entail? Had it been dormant all these years? And what would its awakening mean for the world, for my world? I knew I couldn't handle this alone. The memory of Frank's knowing eyes, his quiet resignation, surged back. He had to know something. He had to be the key. I went to my desk, my hands shaking as I pulled out my old flip phone. I had long since switched to a smartphone, but I kept the old one for emergencies and because it still had some old contacts. I scrolled through, my heart pounding, looking for Frank. There he was, Frank Dubois, old ranger, Blackwood Hollow. The number was probably defunct, but I had to try. My finger hovered over the call button. What if he was dead? What if he thought I was crazy? What if he was involved? The last thought made me flinch. No, Frank was a good man, gruff but honorable. He wouldn't be part of some conspiracy, but he knew, he had always known. I took a deep breath and pressed the call button. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. My hope dwindled with each unanswered ring. On the 4th ring, a gruff, familiar voice answered. "Yes." It was him, Frank, a wave of relief, so potent it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. Frank, it's Mark Jensen, from Blackwood Hollow, the seasonal ranger 18 years ago. My voice was barely a whisper, thick with emotion. There was a beat of silence on the other end, a pause that stretched into an eternity. Then Frank's voice, rougher, older, but unmistakably his. "Jensen, well, I'll be. Didn't think I'd ever hear from you again, kid. Thought you ran off to be a fancy professor or something." His tone was wry, but I could hear the underlying curiosity. "What can I do for you?" I got something in the mail, Frank," I blurted out, unable to keep the panic from my voice. "A package, with some of those fungi from the cave, and a note. It said, 'It's awake.'" Another silence. This one was different, heavier, gravitas. I could almost hear the gears turning in his old, experienced mind. "Fungi, huh?" Frank finally said, his voice low, devoid of its earlier wryness. "And it's awake." It wasn't a question. It was a confirmation. He seemed to understand. "Yes, you know about this, don't you? You knew back then." The words tumbled out of me, desperate. "What's going on, Frank? Who sent it? What does it mean?" I could hear a sigh on the other end, a sound of profound weariness. "Easy there, Jensen. Take a breath. You sound like you just saw a ghost." I think I did, Frank, I replied, my voice shaking. Or worse, please, you have to tell me everything. All right, kid, Frank said, his voice now calm, deliberate. It's a long story, and not one you tell over the phone. Not safely, anyway. Where are you these days? I gave him my address in upstate New York, a few hours south of Blackwood Hollow. All right, he said. I'm not as spry as I used to be, but I can make it. Give me a day, maybe two. You got a spare room. Yes, of course, Frank, I said, a flicker of hope amidst the dread. Come any time, just tell me, what is happening? Patience, son, he replied, his voice softening. Patience, and don't touch that package again. And for God's sake, don't talk about it to anyone, especially not your wife. Not yet. This ain't just some scientific curiosity, Mark. This is older than the mountains themselves, and it's best kept quiet. His words sent another shiver down my spine. I already told my wife it was just old research, I admitted, my voice heavy with guilt. She's upset. Frank chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Smart man, keep her out of it for now. Some things people ain't meant to know, but I'll be there. Soon as I can, you just sit tight and watch your surroundings. You never know who might be listening. He hung up, leaving me with a dialed tone and a fresh wave of anxiety. Watch my surroundings. Who might be listening? This was more than just a cryptic warning. This was a veiled threat, a chilling implication that I was now involved in something far larger, far more dangerous than I could comprehend. I spent the rest of the evening in a state of heightened paranoia. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside, every shadow seemed to hold a sinister meaning. I avoided Sarah, who was clearly hurt and confused by my sudden withdrawal, and tried to act normal for the kids, forcing smiles and answering questions absently. It was agony, living a lie, knowing that our comfortable suburban existence was crumbling under the weight of this ancient, terrible secret. That night's sleep was impossible. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the quiet breathing of Sarah beside me. My mind replayed the images of the cave, the smooth, warm walls, the rhythmic thumpwoosh-suck, the glowing blue fungi, the pulsing red pool, and those horrific, rising tendrils. The sweet, metallic scent still seemed to linger in the air. I thought about the note again. It's awake. Was it referring to the entire living organism that was the breather? Or was it referring to the thing in the red pool, the creature from which the tendrils had emerged? What did its awakening mean? The next day passed in a similar haze of anxiety and anticipation. Frank was coming. That was my only anchor. I tried to go about my normal routine, taking the kids to school, going to work, but my mind was miles away, in the dark, warm depths of a living mountain. I found myself scanning crowds, looking for unfamiliar faces, feeling a prickling sensation on my neck as if I were being watched. My paranoia was bordering on delusion, but I couldn't shake the feeling. When I got home, I immediately checked the basement. The storage bin was still there, undisturbed, the tarp covering it like a shroud. I lifted the tarp just enough to peek inside. The fungi were still glowing, a faint, unwavering blue light against the dark newspaper. They seemed to pulse with a subtle internal rhythm, almost as if they were waiting. The waiting was the hardest part. Every hour felt like an eternity. I was a coiled spring wound tight with fear and desperate curiosity. Finally, late in the afternoon on the second day, a beat-up dark green pickup truck, old and rattling, pulled into my driveway. It was Frank. He looked older, his face more weathered, his hair thinner and whiter, but the spark in his eyes was still there, the same knowing gaze I remembered. I rushed out to meet him before he even got out of the truck. Frank, thank God you're here. He swung his legs out, a bit slower than I remembered, but with the same deliberate movements. He still had his pipe, unlit, clenched between his teeth. Easy there, son. You act like you ain't seen a human in years. It feels that way, I admitted, ushering him into the house. Sarah's out with the kids right now, so we're alone. Come to my study. Frank nodded, his eyes scanning the quiet suburban street as he entered, a subtle, almost imperceptible flick of his gaze that spoke volumes about his ingrained caution. He took a seat in my armchair, settling in with a sigh, looking around the room with an almost clinical detachment. "All right, Jensen," he said, pulling out a small pouch of tobacco and beginning to fill his pipe. "Let's hear it all, from the top, everything you saw that day, no holding back this time." I started talking, the words finally pouring out, 18 years of repressed terror and wonder unleashed. I described the unusual warmth, the rhythmic breathing, the smooth, polished walls. I spoke of the vast chamber, the bioluminescent fungi, their ethereal blue glow. I described the narrow fissure, the suffocating warmth, the sickening sweet metallic smell. And finally, with a shudder, I described the smaller, ovular chamber, the pulsing red moss, the viscous, glowing pool, and the immense, dark tendrils that had risen from its depths. As I spoke, Frank listened intently, his expression unreadable, puffing slowly on his pipe. He didn't interrupt, didn't comment, just let me tell the whole unbelievable story, the one I had locked away in the deepest recesses of my mind. When I finished, breathless and emotionally drained, the silence in the room was heavy, broken only by the soft hiss of Frank's pipe. "So you saw it all, huh?" he finally said, his voice quiet. "The heart of it, the breather as the locals called it. They weren't wrong, you know, just didn't have the words for it." "You knew," I accused, my voice tinged with a mix of anger and relief. "You knew what was in there, didn't you, when I told you I'd just slipped?" Frank nodded slowly, exhaling a plume of smoke. "I suspected, had my own run-in with it, years before you even arrived. Different part of the hollow, but the signs were unmistakable. The warmth, the pulse, the feeling, always the feeling." He tapped the side of his head. "It gets in you, doesn't it? Sticks to you like sap." "But what is it, Frank?" I pressed, leaning forward, desperate for answers. "A creature, an organism. How can a mountain be alive?" Frank took another long puff from his pipe, his gaze distant, as if looking through the walls through the years. "That, son, is the million-dollar question, and the answer ain't in any textbook you've ever read. The old legends, the really old ones, before the loggers and prospectors came through, they called it the heart of the mountain. A dormant god, they said, or a sleeping titan, a primal spirit that was the mountain." "A god," I scoffed, though my voice lacked conviction. The images of the tendrils were too vivid. "Don't dismiss what you don't understand, Mark," Frank said, his eyes now fixed on me, stern and unwavering. "You saw it, you felt it, you were inside it. What do you call it?" I fell silent, the word God resonating with a terrifying truth. It felt ancient, powerful, beyond human understanding. "The Abenaki people, they had stories," Frank continued, his voice softer now, almost reverent, "of a place where the mountain breathed, where the earth itself had a pulse. They revered it, feared it, built a special sacred site nearby, but never went in. Said it was a place of power, a place where the veil was thin, a place where the land remembered." "Remembered what?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Everything," Frank replied, his eyes dark with ancient knowledge. "The dawn of time, the first trees, the shifting of the earth, everything that happened on its skin and everything that stirred in its heart." "But it's awake," I reminded him, my voice trembling. What does that mean? Has it been dormant all these years? Frank sighed a heavy, world-weary sound. The Abenaki legend spoke of cycles, long periods of dormancy when the heart merely slept, a faint pulse, a gentle breath, and then periods of awakening, when its breath grew stronger, its dreams more vivid, its influence more far-reaching. He paused, looking directly at me. Seems like it's in an awakening cycle now. And you, Mark, you were there during the early stirs, just before its true slumber ended. But why send me a package? I asked, the core of my terror. How did they know where I was? Frank's gaze sharpened. That's where it gets tricky, son. You weren't the first to stumble into the breather, though you're one of the few to make it out in one piece. And you're certainly the only one I know who saw the heart of it and lived to tell the tale. Most just found the blue fungi, maybe got a little disoriented, then got the hell out. So, who's sent it? There are others, Frank said, choosing his words carefully. Those who study it, those who watch over it, and those who seek to use it. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. After you left, I got a visit, not from the park service, from a different kind of authority. Quiet men, clean suits, asked a lot of questions about you, about what you'd reported, what you'd seen. I stuck to your story, of course, said you just slipped, got scared, but they knew I was lying. And they seemed to know exactly what I was lying about. My stomach clenched. Government, some secret agency. Something like that, Frank confirmed with a grim nod. They've been monitoring the area for decades. Before my time, even. Old-timers whispered about strange lights in the sky, unexplained disappearances, government surveyors poking around. They're interested in the breather, very interested, especially when it stirs. So they sent the package. Possibly, Frank mused, rubbing his chin, or someone connected to them, someone who wants to either warn you or involve you. He puffed on his pipe. You seeing anything else, any other changes? I thought about the lingering smell, the heightened paranoia, the subtle hum I felt beneath the surface of my reality. Just the smell, and a feeling, like it's close, like it's with me. It is, Frank said simply, his eyes unwavering. It leaves a mark, especially if you were as deep in as you say, a resonance, a connection, like a part of you is still down there and a part of it is up here with you. The connection, I swallowed hard. What kind of connection? Frank leaned back, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. The old legends spoke of people who went too deep, who stayed too long. They said the heart would imprint on them, weave a little piece of itself into their very being, make them sensitive to its rhythms, its presence, like a spiritual conduit or a psychic link if you believe in such things. And then when it awakens, it calls out to those it has touched. A cold wave of understanding washed over me. This wasn't just a random package. This was a summons. I was connected to it. I was a part of its awakening. So I'm marked, I said, the words tasting bitter. That's why they found me. That's why they sent the package. That's my guess, Frank agreed. And the note, it's awake, that's not just a warning, that's an announcement. It wants you to know. Or rather, the people who sent it want you to know that it knows you're still out there, and it remembers. Remembers what? That you came calling, Frank said, a strange, almost wistful look on his face. That you disturbed its slumber, that you saw its heart. You stirred it, Mark, and now it's stirring you. The implications were staggering. I wasn't just an innocent bystander. I was a participant. I had inadvertently played a role in whatever ancient, cosmic event was now unfolding. So what do I do, Frank? I asked, my voice small, vulnerable. What does any of this mean for me, for my family? Frank took his pipe from his mouth, his expression serious. That's the difficult part, son. These others, these shadowy figures, they'll be watching you now. They'll want to see how you react, whether you're a danger, an asset, or just a loose end. The loose end, the words echoed ominously. They're not exactly known for their humanitarian efforts, Frank explained grimly. They protect the secret, at all costs. If you become a liability, they'll deal with you, quietly. My blood ran cold. I had stumbled into something far greater and far more dangerous than a local legend. I was caught between an ancient, awakening entity and a shadowy human organization. But what do they want with the breather? I asked. Power maybe, Frank shrugged, a movement that seemed to carry the weight of years, or knowledge, or maybe they just want to control it, contain it. Some things are too vast to be contained, though, and the heart of the mountain, it's one of them. He paused, then added, but this awakening, it's different this time. I've felt it myself for the past few months. A deeper hum, a stronger presence in the woods. Things are changing around Blackwood Hollow. Like what? Strange weather patterns, animals acting odd, birds flying in erratic patterns, deer congregating in unusual places, bears more aggressive than usual, and the air itself. It's got that scent sometimes, faint but there, like the mountain is breathing a little closer to the surface. I thought of the still, heavy air, the wind whispering through the eaves that sometimes brought back the memory. It hadn't just been memory, it had been a premonition. What about the fungi in the box? I asked, remembering the source of my renewed terror. Are they dangerous? Frank frowned. They're an extension of it, like roots or nerves. They're not actively malevolent, but they carry its essence, its resonance. They can influence. And the "it's awake" note implies that these aren't just passive samples. They're a communication, a link. A link to what? To it, Frank replied, nodding towards the general direction of the basement. To the breather itself. It's reaching out, or more accurately, its messengers are reaching out through it, using it, perhaps to draw you back. The idea of being drawn back to that place, to the pulsing red pool and the rising tendrils, filled me with a primal revulsion. I can't go back, Frank, I whispered, my voice thick with dread. I have a family, kids, a life. I know, son, I know. Frank's voice was gentle, sympathetic. But if what I suspect is true, you may not have a choice. This awakening, it's not just contained to Blackwood Hollow. It's a broader phenomenon, and you being touched by it, you might be a crucial piece in whatever is unfolding. He leaned forward, his eyes boring into mine. You remember those blurry photos you took, the ones you said wouldn't do it justice. I nodded, my mind racing. I'd thrown the camera away, convinced it was broken. They found it, Frank said, his voice flat. The camera, or someone did, after you left, and they knew you'd been there, and that you'd seen something important. My blood ran cold. They had been watching me even then, and they had confirmation of what I had seen. So the package, it's a test, I asked, trying to grasp the layers of this bizarre conspiracy, to see if I react, to see if I remember. Or to activate you, Frank said, his voice grim, to re-establish the connection, to draw you fully into its sphere of influence. This ain't just an old cave, Mark. This is a living, breathing enigma that has attracted attention from powers, both natural and unnatural, for centuries. And now you're in the middle of it. He paused, taking a long, slow breath. My advice, Jensen. Get out, take your family, disappear, change your names, leave everything behind, go somewhere they can't find you. because once this thing truly awakens and these shadows decide what they want to do with you, your safe suburban life will be nothing but a distant memory. My heart sank. Leave everything. My home, my job, my kids' schools, our entire life. Just run. It seemed impossible. And yet the alternative, staying, waiting for unknown forces to converge, was even more terrifying. But where do I go, Frank? I asked, feeling a desperate, childlike helplessness. How do I just vanish? That's the problem, isn't it? Frank mused, his eyes distant. Once you're in, it's hard to get out. The mountain remembers, and those who watch it, they have long memories too, he sighed. But if you can't run, then you need to learn. You need to understand what you're up against, and you need to decide whose side you're on. Whose side? I was aghast. There are sides. Always, son, Frank replied, a grim smile playing on his lips. Always, some want to protect the mountain, some want to exploit it, and some simply want to survive it. You need to figure out which one you are. And you, Frank? I asked, looking at the old ranger, the man who had seen too much, known too much. Which side are you on? He took his pipe from his mouth, a faraway look in his eyes. Me, I'm just an old park ranger who saw something he wasn't meant to see. I believe in protecting the wild, and sometimes the wild fights back. He tapped the side of his head again, but the longer you stay connected to it, the more you'll hear its whispers, and the harder it will be to turn away. He stood up, his joints creaking. I've told you what I know, Mark. The rest you'll have to figure out for yourself. Just be careful, watch your back, and trust no one, especially not anyone who comes asking questions about that package. My mind was reeling. Frank had given me answers, but they only opened up 1,000 more terrifying questions. I was connected to an ancient, awakening entity. I was being watched by a shadowy organization, and I had no idea what to do next. Frank, wait, I said as he moved towards the door. What if I can't just run? What if I have to understand? What if I have to fight? He paused at the threshold, turning to look at me, his eyes grave. Then you'll need allies, Mark, but choose them wisely. The shadows are long and they have many faces, and some of those faces will smile at you, even as they lead you into the dark. He nodded towards the basement. Keep that thing sealed up, don't let it out, and don't let anyone else get their hands on it. It's a potent link, a doorway. With that, Frank turned and walked out of the study, his footsteps receding down the hallway. And then he was gone. The heavy thud of the front door closing echoed through the house, leaving me in a silence far more profound than any noise. Frank's words hung in the air, chilling and inescapable. Trust no one, especially not anyone who comes asking questions about that package. You may not have a choice. You need to decide whose side you're on. My world, once a carefully constructed edifice of suburban normalcy, now felt like a house of cards, teetering on the brink of collapse. I stood there, rooted to the spot, listening to the creaking of the old house, the distant hum of traffic, the incessant, frantic pounding of my own heart. The sweet metallic scent, barely discernible before Frank's arrival, now seemed to saturate the air, faint but persistent, a phantom limb of the cave's presence. How could I just vanish? How could I tell Sarah, the woman I loved, the mother of my children, that our entire life was a lie, threatened by an ancient, awakening entity and a shadowy, ruthless organization? The impossibility of it all pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating. I slumped back into my desk chair, my head in my hands. The children would be home soon. Sarah would return, hurt and confused, demanding answers I couldn't give her. I was trapped, caught between an unspeakable truth and an unbearable lie, with my family's safety hanging precariously in the balance. The first casualty of this nightmare was my relationship with Sarah. She returned with the kids a short while later, her face etched with a familiar worry mixed with anger. She tried to catch my eye, to initiate a conversation, but I deflected, offering only terse replies and forced smiles for the children. They thankfully seemed oblivious, caught up in the innocent chaos of their day. Later, after I'd tucked the kids into bed, Sarah confronted me in the living room. The soft glow of the lamp highlighted the tension in her shoulders, the unshed tears in her eyes. "Mark, we need to talk," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "What is going on? You've been a ghost since that package arrived. You're scaring me and you're hurting me. I deserve to know." I looked at her, my beautiful, rational wife, and felt a profound ache in my chest. How could I protect her if I couldn't even be honest with her? But how could I unleash this terrifying, unbelievable truth upon her? Frank's warning echoed in my ears. "Keep her out of it for now." "Sarah, please," I began, my voice hoarse. "It's complicated. It's an old work project. Something went wrong and it's come back to haunt me. I'm trying to deal with it, but it's sensitive, dangerous even." She crossed her arms, her gaze unwavering. "Dangerous? Mark, what are you even talking about? Those glowing mushrooms. Are they some kind of biohazard? Is that why you locked them in the basement?" I nodded, clutching at the plausible-sounding lie. "Yes, exactly. A biohazard. A rare fungal specimen, unstable. I shouldn't have brought it here. I need to figure out how to neutralize it safely." Sarah's brow furrowed, but a flicker of understanding, or at least acceptance, crossed her face. "A biohazard. Mark, you're an environmental scientist, not a microbiologist. You should call someone. Your old university, the EPA, someone who knows how to handle this." The suggestion sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. Call the authorities, the very ones Frank warned me about, the shadowy figures who already knew about the cave, who were watching me. That was a direct path to the loose end scenario. "No," I exclaimed, perhaps too vehemently. "Absolutely not. This is proprietary research, highly classified. If I involve anyone else, it could jeopardize everything. My career, even." I hated the lies, but they felt necessary, a flimsy shield against the encroaching darkness. Sarah looked at me, a long, searching gaze that seemed to peel back the layers of my deception. "Proprietary, classified. Mark, you work for a local conservation trust. What could possibly be so classified?" Her voice was laced with suspicion. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "Look, I know this sounds crazy, but I really can't talk about the specifics. Not yet. I just need time to deal with it. I promise you, I'm doing everything I can to keep us safe." She stared at me for another long moment, her shoulders slumping. "You know, I don't recognize you right now, Mark. You're a stranger, and that scares me more than any glowing mushroom." She turned and walked away, leaving me alone in the dim light of the living room, feeling the hollow ache of her retreating trust. Sleep was, again, a luxury I could not afford. My mind raced, trying to find a solution, a path forward. Frank had suggested running, but the logistics, the sheer impossibility of it, weighed me down. He had also suggested learning, understanding, choosing a side. That seemed like the only viable option, terrifying as it was. The next morning, driven by a desperate need for answers and a nagging sense of obligation to the warning, I went down to the basement. The storage bin was still there, a silent, menacing presence in the corner. I lifted the tarp. The blue glow of the fungi was softer today, almost melancholic, yet still undeniably alive. The sweet, metallic scent was faint, almost imperceptible unless I actively sought it out. I lifted the lid of the bin, a shiver running down my spine. The mushrooms pulsed gently. I reached in, carefully pushing aside the newspaper. The soil they were nestled in felt cool and damp. I hesitantly touched one of the delicate, translucent caps. It was soft, yielding, almost impossibly fragile. As my finger made contact, a faint ripple of light seemed to spread through the mycelial network beneath the caps, like a nervous system reacting to a stimulus. A strange sensation, a faint hum, resonated in my fingertips, then spread up my arm. It wasn't pain or cold or heat. It was presence, a subtle vibration, a whisper of immense, ancient life. It felt familiar, yet alien. It was the echo of the cave, the connection Frank had spoken of. I quickly withdrew my hand, a prickling sensation on my skin. This wasn't just a plant or fungus. It was a fragment of the breather, a piece of its consciousness, perhaps, a living, breathing piece of a primordial being, and it was in my basement. Don't let it out, and don't let anyone else get their hands on it. It's a potent link, a doorway. Frank's words rang in my ears. I couldn't just destroy it. What if it was connected to the whole, to the breather itself? What if destroying this fragment provoked something far worse? I resealed the bin, replaced the tarp, and tried to push the lingering hum from my mind. I needed to learn. Frank had spoken of Abenaki legends. That was a starting point. I spent the next few days in a frantic search for information. During my lunch breaks, instead of eating, I scoured online databases, university libraries, and old anthropological texts, searching for any mention of Heart of the Mountain, Breathing Earth, or Adirondack legends that hinted at a sentient, subterranean entity. My work suffered, my mind consumed by the quest. My online search yielded frustratingly little. The Abenaki were historically nomadic, their oral traditions not extensively documented in mainstream academic circles. Most references to the Adirondacks focused on geology, logging history, or recreational activities. The few mentions of local folklore were generic tales of forest spirits or mischievous fae, nothing about a living mountain. But the subtle metallic scent persisted, a constant, low thrum beneath the surface of my reality. I felt it most strongly when I was alone, when the house was quiet, when my guard was down. It was a constant reminder, a subtle invasion of my senses. And sometimes, late at night, I would hear it, or imagine I heard it, the faintest echo of a thumpy whoosh suck. The paranoia Frank had warned me about intensified. Every unfamiliar car that slowed on our street, every unexpected phone call, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I found myself checking locks multiple times, peering through blinds, scanning the faces of strangers in grocery stores. I knew I was becoming unhinged, but the fear was visceral, a cold hand squeezing my heart. The strain on my marriage became unbearable. Sarah, observing my increasingly erratic behavior, my distractedness, my inability to look her in the eye, grew quiet, withdrawn. The easy laughter, the shared jokes, the comfortable intimacy we had built over 2 decades began to fray. Our children, sensing the tension, became quieter too, looking at me with confused, worried eyes. This was the cost of my secret, and it was devastating. One evening, I couldn't bear it anymore. The children were asleep. Sarah was reading in the living room, but the book lay unopened in her lap, her gaze fixed on the flickering fireplace. "Sarah," I said, my voice barely a whisper, I know I haven't been myself, and I know I've been lying to you." She looked up, her eyes wide, expectant, but guarded. "It's not a biohazard, not in the way you think," I confessed, the words tasting like ash. "And it's not just about my career, it's bigger." I saw the skepticism, the hurt, the fear in her eyes, but also a sliver of hope that I might finally be honest. "Tell me, Mark," she said, her voice soft but firm. "Please tell me everything. No matter how crazy it sounds, I need to know. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. This was it, the moment of truth. I couldn't protect her by keeping her in the dark anymore. The truth, however terrifying, was the only way to perhaps, eventually, keep us safe. 18 years ago, Sarah, I began, my voice trembling. When I was in Blackwood Hollow, I didn't just slip in a cave. I found something impossible. I started from the very beginning, describing the initial discovery of the unusual cave, the warmth, the impossible smoothness of the walls. I spoke of the vast chamber, the bioluminescent fungi, their ethereal blue glow. I described the rhythmic thumpwoosh-suck, the cave's breath. Sarah listened, her eyes widening, her expression shifting from skepticism to disbelief, then to a dawning, horrified comprehension. When I described the inner chamber, the pulsing red moss, the viscous, glowing pool, and the immense, dark tendrils rising from its depths, her hand flew to her mouth, stifling a gasp. She was pale, her breath coming in ragged gasps. It wasn't a cave, Sarah, I finished, my voice raw with the resurfacing terror. It was alive, a living, breathing mountain, a creature of unimaginable age and power, and I was inside its heart. The silence that followed was deafening. Sarah just stared at me, her eyes wide with a mix of terror and utter bewilderment. "Yea, a living mountain," she finally whispered, her voice barely audible. "Mark, that's impossible. It's insane. You must have hit your head, hallucinated." "I wish I had," I replied, my voice breaking. "But I didn't, and the fungi in the basement, they're from it, they're a piece of it, sent to me with a note that said, 'It's awake.'" I then told her about Frank's visit, his warnings about the shadow organization, about the connection I now shared with the breather, about the awakening, and the sides I might have to choose. I recounted his advice to run and my inability to do so. When I finished, Sarah slowly leaned back into the couch, her face ashen. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks. "Oh my God, Mark, what have you done? What have you gotten us into?" Her words, full of fear and a heartbreaking sense of betrayal, cut me to the quick. "I didn't mean to, Sarah. I was young, arrogant. I didn't believe the stories. I just wanted to explore." She closed her eyes, shuddering. "And now it's here, in our home, in our lives. That's why you've been acting so strange. That's why you yelled at me." Her voice cracked. "You thought you were protecting us." I nodded, unable to speak. She opened her eyes, looking at me with a new, terrifying clarity. "So these people, this organization, they're watching us right now." Frank seemed to think so, I admitted. He said they've been monitoring the area for decades, and they sent the package, or someone connected to them did, to warn me or to involve me. "And what do they want?" Frank said power, knowledge, control. He said they protect the secret at all costs, and if I become a liability, they'll deal with me, quietly. Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth again. "Oh my God, the children. We have to leave, Mark. We have to go now." Her eyes were wild with fear. I tried to think of it, Sarah, but where do we go? Frank said once you're in, it's hard to get out. The mountain remembers, and these people, they have long memories too. How do we just disappear? She stood up, pacing frantically. "We'll change our names, we'll sell the house, we'll go somewhere remote, Canada, Alaska, anywhere they can't find us." I stood up and gently took her hands, trying to calm her. "It's not that simple." And Frank also said that if I can't run, I need to learn, to understand, to figure out whose side I'm on. Whose side, Mark? The side of the crazy living mountain, or the side of the shadowy government agents who want to deal with us quietly? She pulled her hands away, frustration mingling with her terror. I don't know, Sarah, I confessed, feeling utterly helpless. But I can't just blindly run without a plan. We need more information. We need to understand what this awakening truly means. She stared at me, her face a mask of bewildered horror. You're talking about investigating this, Mark, getting closer to it. Are you insane? We have 2 children. Our priority is to protect them, not to play detective with a sentient mountain. And how do I protect them, Sarah, if I don't understand what we're up against? I pleaded. What if running just makes us more vulnerable? What if they're already too close? She shook her head, tears streaming freely now. I can't do this, Mark. I can't live like this, in fear, with this thing in our basement, and you turning into a stranger, obsessed with some ancient monster. I can't. Her words were a dagger to my heart. Our marriage, our family, everything I held dear, was being torn apart by this unimaginable secret. Please, Sarah, I begged, reaching for her. Just trust me. Let me try to understand, for us, for the kids. She looked at me, a flicker of something raw and desperate in her eyes. I don't know if I can, Mark. I really don't know. She turned and walked away, not to our bedroom, but to the guest room, leaving me alone in the shattering silence of our home. That night, alone in my bed, I felt the full weight of my predicament. My actions, 18 years ago, had set in motion a chain of events that now threatened to destroy everything I loved. I had to find answers, for Sarah, for the kids, for my own sanity. The next morning, I doubled down on my research. The Abenaki angle was still the most promising, albeit elusive. I expanded my search, looking for any indigenous legends across the Northeast about living mountains or sentient earth. My search began to yield some obscure references, mentions of Earth Heart or Mother Mountain in isolated tribal histories, always with a consistent theme. A powerful, ancient being that slept beneath the land, capable of great creation and terrible destruction when aroused. One particular text, a digitized collection of obscure ethnographic field notes from the early 20th century, caught my eye. It spoke of a localized Abenaki dialect, now nearly extinct, that referred to a specific mountain in the Adirondacks as P.S. Kwawajo, which translated to breathing mountain. The notes described it as a sacred and fearsome place, a source of life and death, guarded by ancient spirits. More chillingly, the text mentioned a small, isolated sect of Abenaki people who still maintain traditions related to P.S. Kwawajo, living deep within the mountains, away from modern society. They were called the Keepers of the Breath. Could these be the others Frank mentioned, the ones who wanted to protect the mountain, or were they something else entirely? The notes were old, fragmented, and offered no current contact information, but they gave me a sense of direction, a thread to pull. My normal routine continued to unravel. My work performance plummeted. My colleagues noticed. My boss, Mr. Henderson, even called me into his office to express concern about my recent distraction and lack of focus. I mumbled excuses about family issues, about being under the weather, but his skepticism was clear. I was on thin ice. My relationship with Sarah remained strained. She still slept in the guest room. We communicated in clipped sentences, revolving around the children's schedules and household necessities. Her eyes held a deep, unyielding hurt, a fear I couldn't assuage. The children were quiet, observing us with a wisdom beyond their years. This domestic fracture, this internal decay, was almost as terrifying as the external threat. One evening, after the kids were in bed, Sarah came into the living room, her face pale but determined. I've been doing some research too, Mark, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Online, about unexplained phenomena in the Adirondacks, strange disappearances, unidentified lights, even some conspiracy theories about government activity. My heart hammered. She was delving deeper, trying to make sense of my impossible story. I found references to an old ranger, she continued, her voice gaining strength. A Frank Dubois. He used to report strange things, then his reports stopped, and he retired mysteriously early. He's the Frank I spoke to, I admitted, my voice low. He knows more than anyone. He warned me about the others. And what if he's one of them, Mark? Sarah challenged, her eyes burning with a desperate logic. What if he's involved? What if he sent you that package? The thought, though I had considered and dismissed it, now struck me with renewed force. Frank had seemed genuine, world-weary, but undeniably concerned. But his warnings about trusting no one, what if that included him? What if he was playing a deeper game, pushing me towards something? I don't know, I confessed, the uncertainty a cold knot in my stomach. He seemed to be on my side. He warned me to run. Or to make you believe he's on your side, Sarah countered, her analytical mind, honed by years as a project manager, now fully engaged in this terrifying puzzle. Think about it. He gives you cryptic warnings, tells you to stay quiet, but then he shows up at our house, reinforcing your fear, your isolation. Who does that serve, Mark, you or him? Her words struck a nerve, the isolation. The way my trust in Frank had deepened my reliance on him, pulling me further into this abyss. Was I being manipulated? He gave me an old Abenaki reference, I said, trying to push past the sudden doubt. The Keepers of the Breath, an isolated sect who still guard the mountain. And you think they're the good guys? Sarah asked, a bitter edge to her voice. Mark, you're looking for someone to trust in a situation where everyone is potentially dangerous. We have to think of the children. We have to find a way out, not a way in. She was right. Her practical, grounded perspective was a much-needed antidote to my spiraling paranoia and desperate search for fantastical answers. We needed a plan. "Okay," I said, looking at her, a glimmer of our old partnership returning. "Okay, if we can't run blindly, we need to gather enough information to make an informed decision. About running, about fighting, about whatever it is we have to do, and we do it together." A flicker of hope, fragile but real, appeared in her eyes. "Together," she echoed, a faint smile touching her lips. "What's the first step?" "The Abenaki," I said, "the keepers of the breath. If anyone knows the true nature of the breather, it's them. And if anyone knows how to deal with it, or with the people watching it, it's them." "How do we find them?" "That's the hard part," I admitted. "They're isolated, deliberately, but I have a few old academic contacts from my master's program. Maybe one of them knows an anthropologist or ethnobotanist who has done fieldwork in that area, someone who might have some obscure leads." We began to work together, a fragile alliance against the overwhelming darkness. Sarah, with her meticulous organizational skills, helped me streamline my research, creating spreadsheets of contacts, cross-referencing information, and developing strategies for discrete inquiries. It felt good working with her, having her brilliant mind engaged, even if it was on a subject that threatened to shatter our reality. Our conversations became hushed, intense, filled with a shared sense of purpose. The distance between us, though still present, began to shrink. Meanwhile, the subtle signs of the breather's awakening seemed to grow stronger. The sweet, metallic scent occasionally drifted into the house, even when the basement door was closed. I started noticing unusual insect activity in our yard, strange beetles, moths I'd never seen before, drawn to the glowing fungi I suspected. And the local news, usually focused on mundane suburban happenings, started to report on unusual environmental phenomena in the Adirondacks, erratic weather, strange animal migrations, and unexplained power fluctuations. It was subtle, easily dismissed as normal fluctuations, but for us, it was terrifying confirmation. One afternoon, a week after Frank's visit, I received a phone call. It was from an old mentor, Dr. Eris Thorne, a retired ethnobotanist from my university. I'd sent him a carefully worded email, vaguely asking about indigenous knowledge of unusual geological formations in the Northeast, focusing on rare fungi associated with subterranean systems. Mark, my boy, good to hear from you. Dr. Thorne's booming voice was a welcome sound, a connection to my old, stable life. Unusual query this. Rare fungi, subterranean systems. Sounds like you've stumbled upon something interesting out in the field. Something like that, Dr. Thorne, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm looking for any references to, well, for lack of a better term, sentient earth in indigenous folklore, specifically anything related to the Adirondacks, and any groups who might still maintain those traditions. There was a pause on the other end, a momentary hesitation that sent a chill down my spine. Sentient earth, you say? That's a rather specific request, Mark. Most of the recorded folklore tends to be more about nature spirits, guardian animals, that sort of thing. I'm really interested in the more esoteric traditions, I pressed, trying to sound like a genuinely curious academic, something perhaps overlooked by mainstream ethnography. I came across a mention of a group called Keepers of the Breath and a P.S. Kwawajo. Does any of that ring a bell? Another longer pause. I could hear Dr. Thorne sigh. Mark, you're delving into some very sensitive territory. Most of those traditions are not for outsiders, and those specific names, they are particularly guarded. My heart leaped, he knew, but they exist, the keepers of the breath, the P.S. Kwawajo. I can't confirm or deny the existence of specific groups or their sacred sites, Mark, Dr. Thorne said, his voice now lower, more serious. But I can tell you that the Adirondacks hold many ancient secrets, and some people are very dedicated to keeping those secrets. Outsiders who pry too deeply, they often find themselves in trouble. What kind of trouble? I asked, my grip tightening on the phone. The kind that disappears people, he replied, his voice grave. The kind that leaves no trace. Mark, listen to me. If you've stumbled upon something truly ancient, something truly powerful, my advice to you is to walk away. Turn your back and never look back. Some things are best left undisturbed. But what if I can't, Dr. Thorne? I whispered, feeling the weight of the fungi in my basement, the whispers of the mountain in my mind. What if it's found me? There was another long silence, then a low, regretful sigh. Mark, I can't help you directly. My days of fieldwork are long past, and even if they weren't, this is not something to be meddled with lightly. But I did come across a curious note many years ago. An old acquaintance, an independent researcher, a bit eccentric but highly respected. He was fascinated by precisely these kinds of legends. He devoted his life to studying the hidden traditions of indigenous peoples, particularly those related to geological anomalies. Who, I asked, desperate for any light? His name was Silas Blackwood, Dr. Thorne replied. He published a few very controversial papers, mostly self-published, about something he called telluric consciousness and its manifestations in specific geographical nodes. He was ridiculed by the academic mainstream, of course, but he was utterly convinced he was on to something profound. He spent years, decades in the field. Last I heard, he was living in an incredibly remote cabin, not far from the Adirondacks, still pursuing his research. Blackwood, Silas Blackwood. The name resonated with an unnerving familiarity. Blackwood Hollow. Was it a coincidence, or was there a deeper connection? Do you have any contact information for him, Dr. Thorne? I asked, barely able to contain my excitement. Silas was a recluse even then, Thorne chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. He preferred the company of trees to people, but I do have an old postal address for him from perhaps 15 years ago. It's a long shot, Mark. He might not even be alive, and if he is, he's probably even more reclusive now. But if anyone could shed light on your esoteric traditions, it would be Silas Blackwood. He gave me the address, a remote P.O. box in a tiny, almost defunct upstate New York town, not far from the Adirondack border. Mark, Dr. Thorne said, his voice turning serious again. Be careful. If you do find him, if he still lives, tell him Aris sends his regards, but tread lightly. He might know more than you're prepared to hear. I thanked him profusely, the phone call ending with a familiar sense of ominous warning. Silas Blackwood. The name felt like a sign, a breadcrumb leading me deeper into the labyrinth. I shared the information with Sarah that evening. She looked at the address, a tiny dot on an old map of upstate New York. Silas Blackwood, Blackwood Hollow. That can't be a coincidence, Mark. That's what I'm thinking, I agreed. He might be the key to understanding this, or at least understanding the keepers of the breath. And you think he'll help us? She asked, a flicker of doubt in her voice. A recluse, ridiculed by academics, dealing with disappearing people. He might be our only chance, Sarah, I replied. If anyone knows how to deal with telluric consciousness and its awakened state, it's him. We decided that I would try to contact Silas Blackwood. Sending a letter was the only option, given the remote P.O. box. I drafted a careful, respectful letter detailing my experience in the cave, the package of fungi and Frank's warnings, but omitting the precise details of my family's involvement. I emphasized my desire for understanding and protection, not exploitation. It felt like shouting into the void, but it was all I could do. The days that followed were a torturous mix of anticipation and dread. I mailed the letter, a fragile missive carrying the weight of our family's future. The waiting was unbearable. Sarah and I continued our hushed discussions, our research, our vigilant watch. The environmental anomalies in the Adirondacks grew more pronounced, making their way into national news feeds. Unusually deep snowfalls in late spring, sudden localized droughts, strange atmospheric electrical phenomena. The breather was indeed stirring. Then, about 2 weeks after I sent the letter, something happened that shifted the ground beneath our feet. My car, which I usually parked in the driveway, was found with a flat tire one morning. Not just flat, but deliberately slashed. The perpetrator had been meticulous, leaving no fingerprints, no obvious signs of forced entry to our property. It was a clear message, a warning. Sarah was terrified. They're watching us, Mark. They're here. This isn't a coincidence. I know, I said, my voice grim. It's a warning. They know I'm looking for answers. They know I'm reaching out. The incident solidified our resolve. We were not just dealing with a passive, awakening entity. We were dealing with active, intelligent, and dangerous human adversaries, and they were getting closer. That evening, I went down to the basement. The glowing fungi seemed to pulse with a renewed intensity, their blue light more vibrant than before. The sweet, metallic scent was stronger, almost intoxicating. I felt the hum in my hands, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to emanate not just from the fungi, but from the very foundations of our house. It was calling to me, or perhaps sending a message. I carefully lifted the lid of the bin. The newspaper covering the fungi seemed to have shifted, and on top of the soil, nestled among the blue glowing caps, was a small, crudely carved wooden bird. It was dark, almost black, with intricate, delicate carvings of feathers and eyes. It looked ancient, primal. My blood ran cold. The bin had been sealed, the tarp undisturbed. How could this have gotten in? Sarah, who had followed me downstairs, gasped when she saw it. "Mark, what is that? Who put that there?" I reached for it, my fingers trembling. The wood was smooth, cool to the touch. It felt impossibly old. As I picked it up, a faint, rhythmic thumpe whoosh sucka seemed to echo directly in my mind, not from outside, but from deep within me. The scent of the cave intensified, almost overwhelming. And then I noticed something else. Tucked beneath the wooden bird on the soil was another small piece of folded paper. This time the handwriting was different, neat, precise, almost calligraphic. I unfolded it, my heart hammering against my ribs. On it, in crisp black ink, were just 3 words. "He is coming," and then he was gone. The heavy thud of the front door closing echoed through the house, leaving me in a silence far more profound than any noise. Frank's words hung in the air, chilling and inescapable. "Trust no one, especially not anyone who comes asking questions about that package. You may not have a choice. You need to decide whose side you're on." My world, once a carefully constructed edifice of suburban normalcy, now felt like a house of cards, teetering on the brink of collapse. I stood there, rooted to the spot, listening to the creaking of the old house, the distant hum of traffic, the incessant, frantic pounding of my own heart. The sweet, metallic scent, barely discernible before Frank's arrival, now seemed to saturate the air, faint but persistent, a phantom limb of the cave's presence. How could I just vanish? How could I tell Sarah, the woman I loved, the mother of my children, that our entire life was a lie, threatened by an ancient, awakening entity and a shadowy, ruthless organization? The impossibility of it all pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating. I slumped back into my desk chair, my head in my hands. The children would be home soon. Sarah would return, hurt and confused, demanding answers I could. Sarah's scream was a raw, primal sound that echoed in the cold, damp air of the basement. Her hand flew to her mouth again, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. "Mark, how did that get in there? The bin was sealed. I saw you seal it." My own breath hitched in my throat. The meticulously placed newspaper, the closed lid, the tarp, all had been undisturbed. Yet there it was, a message, a warning, a violation. This wasn't just about strange fungi anymore. This was about our home, our sanctuary, being breached. I don't know," I stammered, my voice thin, hardly recognizable. My fingers, still clutching the small, dark bird, felt a strange warmth radiating from the ancient wood. The rhythmic thumpy whoosh sucka in my mind pulsed with alarming intensity, and the sweet metallic scent was now a tangible presence, thick and cloying. It felt like the basement itself was breathing, a low, guttural exhalation from the very earth beneath our feet. Sarah backed away from the bin, bumping into the washing machine with a clang. "This is it, Mark. They've been in our house. They've been watching us, waiting for us to find it." Her voice was frantic, bordering on hysteria. "We have to go now. The kids are upstairs." The thought of our children, innocent and oblivious in their beds, upstairs while an unseen entity, a person, had infiltrated our home, sent a fresh wave of ice-cold dread through me. Frank's words slammed into my consciousness. If you become a liability, they'll deal with you. Quietly. And now this new message. He is coming. Who, Sarah, who is coming? I whispered, my gaze sweeping the familiar basement, now transformed into a stage for this insidious intrusion. Every shadow seemed to lengthen, every creak of the house, a sinister whisper. Sarah shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I don't know, but we can't stay here. This isn't safe anymore. She was right. The slashed tire had been a warning. This was an invasion, a terrifying demonstration of their reach. Whoever they weren't just watching. They were acting, and they wanted us to know it. Okay, I said, trying to force calm into my voice, though my heart was hammering against my ribs. Okay, you're right, we need to think, but we can't just flee into the night without a plan. That's what they want, to scatter us, make us vulnerable. I looked at the note again, the precise, almost elegant script. It wasn't the same as the crude handwriting on the It's Awake note. Two different sources, or one source with multiple methods. The bird, Sarah whispered, pointing a trembling finger at the object in my hand. What is it? I examined it closely. It was intricately carved, with sharp, delicate lines forming wings and a beak. Its eyes were tiny, almost imperceptible dots, but they seemed to hold a dark, ancient wisdom. It felt strangely warm, almost alive in my palm. It wasn't just a symbol, it felt imbued with something, a power, a connection. A potent link, a doorway. Frank's words about the fungi echoed. Was this bird also a link? I think it's Abenaki, I said, connecting it to my research, to the keepers of the breath. A symbol, but what does it mean? I thought of Silas Blackwood, the recluse who studied telluric consciousness. He was our only lead, but had this message come from him or about him? Was he, Silas, finally responding, or was he someone else entirely? We can't stay in this house tonight, Sarah declared, her voice firmer now, fueled by a mother's protective instinct. We'll go to a hotel. We'll tell the kids it's an adventure. Just for one night, to get away, to think. It was a temporary reprieve, but a necessary one. The thought of sleeping another night under the gaze of unknown intruders, with that ominous message hanging over us, was unbearable. Agreed, I said, trying to think rationally, but we can't leave anything here that could give them more information. What about the fungi? Sarah looked at the glowing bin, then back at me. We can't take it with us. It's too dangerous, and if they're watching, they'll see us take it. Frank said not to let anyone get their hands on it, I mused, the wooden bird still clutched in my hand, and not to let it out. Then seal it tighter, Sarah urged. Hide it. Do whatever you can to make it inaccessible. We decided to move the bin. After careful consideration, we settled on a rarely used crawl space under the stairs, behind a stack of old boxes. I reinforced the lid with heavy duct tape, then wrapped the entire bin in several layers of thick plastic sheeting, effectively smothering its light and hopefully its scent. I then moved it into the cramped, dusty crawl space, piling boxes and old luggage in front of it, making it as inconspicuous as possible. I kept the wooden bird and the new note. These were clues, potentially vital. As I worked, Sarah was already packing overnight bags for the children, moving with a desperate efficiency. We didn't discuss what we would say to the kids, only that we needed to get them out. The air in the house still felt heavy, watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking menace. Within an hour, we had loaded the kids. bewildered but excited by the impromptu adventure into the car. As I drove away, glancing back at our darkened house, a knot of dread tightened in my stomach. The slashed tire, the message in the bin, they had breached our defenses. They had shown us their power, and they were still out there. We checked into a generic motel an hour away, far enough, we hoped, to offer a temporary sense of security. The children, exhausted by the excitement, quickly fell asleep. Sarah and I sat in the dim light of the motel room, the silence punctuated by the soft hum of the air conditioner and the frantic thoughts racing through our minds. "Okay," Sarah said, her voice low and tight. "We're safe for now. What do we do?" I pulled out the wooden bird and the note. "He is coming." I traced the elegant script with my finger. Could it be Silas Blackwood? Is this his way of responding to my letter? Sarah frowned. If he's a recluse, why would he break into our house and leave a cryptic message? And how would he even know your address if you only sent him a letter a week ago to a P.O. box? Her logic was cutting, as always. Unless he has connections, or he's been watching me too. Like Frank said, those who watch it, they have long memories. "And what about the bird?" she asked. "It feels old, powerful." I held it up, turning it in the motel light. "It feels like a fragment of the mountain itself, a piece of the same ancient energy." The hum in my mind, which had subsided somewhat with the distance from the fungi, now resonated faintly from the bird. "Could it be from the keepers of the breath?" Sarah mused. "A warning from them, or a summons." "Frank said they protect the mountain," I remembered. Maybe they're responding to my letter, but also warning me about someone else. The he could be someone from the shadowy organization, someone coming to deal with me. The possibilities swirled, each more terrifying than the last. The he could be anyone, a protector, an adversary, or a harbinger of something entirely new and unknown. "We need more information on Silas Blackwood," Sarah decided, her practical side taking over. "If he's involved, we need to know who he is, what he believes, and where he stands." We spent the rest of the night, fueled by cheap motel coffee and adrenaline, piecing together a profile of Silas Blackwood. We scoured academic databases, obscure forums, and digital archives of old newspapers. It was a painstaking process, but Sarah's knack for research proved invaluable. We learned that Silas Blackwood had indeed been a brilliant, if highly unconventional, ethnobotanist. His early work had focused on traditional plant medicine, but his interests had gradually shifted towards the esoteric, specifically what he termed telluric consciousness, the idea of Earth itself as a living, sentient entity. He believed certain geological sites, or nodes, acted as focal points for this consciousness, capable of influencing the surrounding environment and the minds of those sensitive to its presence. His papers, which Mark had found hints of, were indeed controversial. They spoke of ancient human cultures, long before recorded history, who communed with these telluric nodes, developing methods to tap into their power for both healing and destruction. He even posited that some indigenous groups were direct descendants of these ancient peoples, still retaining fragmented knowledge and connections to these nodes. This, of course, was where he drew the ridicule of mainstream academia. One particular article, published in a fringe parapsychology journal from the 1980s, mentioned Blackwood's growing obsession with a specific pulsing anomaly in the Adirondack region, which he believed to be a prime example of a telluric node. He theorized it was in a cyclical state of dormancy and awakening, and that its full awakening could have profound, even catastrophic, effects on the planet. He also speculated that certain governmental or clandestine organizations might be aware of such nodes and attempting to control or weaponize them. This was it. Blackwood's research perfectly aligned with what Frank had told me and with my own horrifying experience. He wasn't just a recluse, he was a pioneer, a Cassandra in the wilderness, whose warnings had been dismissed. He was talking about the breather, I said, pointing to the screen, my finger tracing a particularly dense paragraph. He knew, he understood. And he knew about the shadowy organization, too, Sarah added, her voice hushed. He literally wrote about them. The article ended with a brief biographical note stating that Blackwood had withdrawn entirely from public life, relocating to a remote cabin to pursue his research in solitude. No specific address was given, only a general region, consistent with the P.O. box I had. So he is coming could refer to Blackwood himself, I mused, the wooden bird now resting on the bedside table between us. Perhaps he received my letter, and this is his response, a dramatic, mysterious one, given his background. War, Sarah countered, ever cautious. It could be from the shadowy organization, warning you about Blackwood, to deter you from seeking him out. They might know you're looking for him. The thought was chilling. How pervasive was their surveillance? Could they intercept mail to a remote P.O. box? Or had they simply placed the warning in my home as a preemptive strike, anticipating my next move? The slashed tire suggested a physical presence, a local operative. We need to find him, I concluded. Regardless of who sent the message, Blackwood is the key. He understands this world. He might be our only ally. Sarah nodded, a new resolve in her eyes. But we can't go blundering into the wilderness. If he's a recluse, he won't be easy to find. And if they are watching, they'll follow us. No, I agreed. We need a plan, and we need to protect the kids. The next morning, we made the difficult decision to send our children to Sarah's parents. It was a painful conversation, concocting a plausible story about a sudden, urgent work project that required us both to travel, and that we wanted them to have a fun vacation with their grandparents. Our son, always perceptive, looked at us with a hint of suspicion, but our daughter, delighted by the prospect of spoiling and endless treats, accepted it readily. As we dropped them off, Sarah's mother, a kind, fussing woman, hugged us tightly. You two have been so stressed lately. A little break will do you good. Don't worry about a thing here. The words, intended to soothe, only twisted the knife of guilt in my gut. We were sending our children away, not for a break, but for their safety, into a precarious future we couldn't predict. Returning to our empty house felt unsettling. The quiet was oppressive, the space amplifying the sense of absence and danger. We re-entered the basement, and despite the layers of plastic and boxes, the faint, metallic scent still seemed to permeate the air, a silent reminder of the dormant power hidden within. Okay, I said, looking at Sarah. Phase 1, locate Blackwood. Phase 2, approach him cautiously. Phase 3, try to gain his trust. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, was already at her laptop. An open map of the Adirondacks spread on the screen. The P.O. box is in a town called Oakhaven, a tiny place near the western edge of the Adirondacks. Blackwood's notes often mentioned a specific valley, the Whispering Vale, though he never gave precise coordinates. Whispering Vale, I repeated, a prickle of recognition. That name was familiar from some of the local lore I'd encountered about Blackwood Hollow. It was said to be a place of strange echoes and unusual rock formations. Our strategy was meticulous. We rented an inconspicuous SUV, paid for with cash, and packed it with camping gear, a detailed topographical map of the Adirondacks, and enough supplies for several days. We left our phones at home, fearing they could be tracked, relying instead on a burner phone for emergencies and a satellite communicator for a final resort. We also made sure to leave a digital trail that suggested we were going on a hiking trip to a different, popular part of the Adirondacks, a deliberate misdirection for anyone monitoring our movements. Before we left, I carefully wrapped the wooden bird in a piece of cloth and placed it in an inner pocket of my jacket. It felt like a tether, a key, a burden. The drive was long, the tension between us palpable. As we left the familiar landscape of suburban sprawl behind, the roads grew narrower, the towns sparser, and the forests denser. The air, even through the closed windows, seemed to change, growing cooler, carrying the damp, earthy scent of pine and rich soil. We reached Oak Haven late in the afternoon. It was a blink-and-you-miss-it kind of town, a scattering of old, weathered buildings around a single, dusty main street. The general store, which also served as the post office, was a relic of a bygone era. I went in alone, leaving Sarah in the car, trying to look inconspicuous. The store owner, an old man with a perpetually suspicious squint, eyed me as I approached the counter. "P.O. box for Sela's Blackwood," I asked, trying to sound casual. The man's eyes narrowed. "Blackwood, huh? Ain't seen old Sela's in a coon's age. He barely ever checks that box. What you want with him?" "Just an old academic inquiry," I said, offering my most charming, non-threatening smile. "A colleague of my old mentor, Dr. Thorne. He thought Sela's might have some insight into a project I'm working on." The name Thorne seemed to register, a faint flicker of recognition in the old man's eyes. "Thorne, eh? Yeah, Sela's used to talk about an heiress Thorne. Smart fella for a city slicker academic. Well, Sela's ain't here, and if he was, he wouldn't be much for company. He keeps to himself up in the high country." "Any idea where specifically?" I pressed, trying to keep my voice even. The man grunted. "Whispering Vale, that's what he called it. Don't know the exact spot. It's pretty far back. You ain't gonna find it on any map, and it ain't an easy trek." He gave me a knowing look. "Folks get lost up there. Sometimes they don't come back." I thanked him, bought some supplies I didn't need, and left, my heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and dread. Whispering Vale. It was real, and Blackwood was there. Back in the car, I relayed the information to Sarah. "He's definitely up in the Whispering Vale." The old man confirmed it. "And he confirmed that people go missing there," Sarah added, her face grim. "This isn't just a remote location, Mark. It's dangerous." We drove to the edge of the designated wilderness area, found a secluded spot to park, and began our hike. The trail was overgrown, clearly not maintained, winding through dense, ancient forest. The air grew heavy still, and the sounds of civilization faded to a distant hum, then to nothing. We were truly alone. As we moved deeper into the woods, the subtle changes Frank had described began to manifest. The trees were older, gnarled, their branches reaching like skeletal fingers. The ground was unusually damp, even in areas without visible streams. And the fungi, they were everywhere. Not the glowing blue fungi from the cave, but a myriad of other species, some brilliantly colored, others eerily pale, all thriving in the unique dampness. Then I noticed the animals. A deer, standing stock still in the undergrowth, watched us with unusually large dark eyes, showing no fear, only an unsettling stillness. Birds flew in erratic, silent patterns, their calls muted, almost mournful. The forest felt unnaturally quiet, as if holding its breath. And then the scent, faint at first, a metallic sweetness like blood and honey drifting on the still air. It grew stronger as we pressed on, a ghost of the cave, a presence from the mountain. The thump a whoosh suck began to resonate faintly in my mind, a low thrum beneath the surface of my consciousness. "Do you smell that, Sarah?" I whispered, my voice thick with apprehension. She nodded, her face pale. "It's like the basement, but stronger." We were getting closer to Blackwood and to the Brither. After several hours of hiking, the terrain grew steeper, rockier. We entered a narrow, shadowed valley, the walls rising steeply on either side, covered in moss and clinging vines. The air here was even colder, damper, and the sweet, metallic scent was almost overwhelming. This had to be the Whispering Vale. As we moved deeper, strange rock formations began to appear, smoothed and rounded, almost organic in their shapes, unlike any natural erosion I'd ever seen. They seemed to pulse with a faint internal energy, a subtle vibration that I could feel under my feet. The rhythmic thump, whoosh, sucka intensified, becoming a pervasive, low thrum, not just in my mind, but seeming to emanate from the very rock walls around us. And then the whispers began. Faint at first, like wind rustling through unseen leaves, but there was no wind. It grew, a multitude of voices, indistinguishable, speaking in an unknown language, a low, murmuring chorus that seemed to come from the stones themselves, from the air, from deep within the earth. Sarah stopped dead in her tracks, clutching my arm. Her eyes were wide with fear, scanning the valley walls. "Mark, do you hear that? What is that?" The whispers, I breathed, a cold dread seeping into my bones. Blackwood's term, telluric consciousness, resonated with a terrifying truth. This valley was a focal point. "It sounds like voices," Sarah whispered, her face ashen. "So many voices, but I can't understand them." I knew the sound was both disorienting and mesmerizing, drawing us deeper into the valley. It was the mountain speaking, or perhaps its memory, the Abennaki's place where the land remembered. We pressed on, guided by an unseen force, drawn by the whispers and the increasingly strong hum of the mountain. The valley opened into a small, secluded clearing, and there, nestled at the base of a towering, ancient oak, stood a cabin. It was small, rustic, built from rough-hewn logs, clearly very old. Smoke curled lazily from its stone chimney. "Sila's Blackwood." As we approached, the whispers seemed to coalesce, to focus, directed at us, a silent chorus of ancient judgment. The air grew colder, heavy with a palpable sense of observation. Suddenly, the cabin door creaked open, and an old man emerged. He was tall, gaunt, with a long white beard and piercing blue eyes that seemed to hold centuries of wisdom and sorrow. He wore simple, homespun clothes and carried a gnarled walking stick. He looked exactly as I imagined Silas Blackwood would look. His eyes, impossibly keen, fixed on me immediately, then drifted to the wooden bird protruding slightly from my pocket. A faint, knowing smile touched his lips. "I've been expecting you, Mark Jensen," he said, his voice surprisingly strong, resonant, carrying a timbre that seemed to cut through the omnipresent whispers of the vale. "Or rather, the mountain has been expecting you." Sarah gasped, startled by his direct address. "You received my communication, I see," Blackwood continued, his gaze still on the bird. "The little bird is a symbol, a messenger, and a guide. It led you here, just as it led you to understand that he was coming." So Blackwood was he, and he had been in my basement. You left the bird and the note in my basement," I stammered, grappling with the audacity of the act, the sheer violation. Sela's Blackwood chuckled, a dry, rustling sound like autumn leaves. Not I directly. The mountain itself provides the means, the conduits. You are a conduit now, Mark. You carry its mark, its resonance. It simply guided the message and the warning. The warning, Sarah asked, her voice tight with suspicion and fear. About what, and why scare us like that? Why break into our home? Blackwood's gaze softened slightly, resting on Sarah. My apologies for the fright, madam, but sometimes a clear demonstration is necessary to convey the urgency of a situation. Your home was not broken into in the conventional sense. The mountain is omnipresent, especially when it stirs. It reaches out through its connections. Mark is one such connection. He paused, and the warning was not about me. It was from me. Lore more accurately, from the keepers of the breath through me. It was about him. My blood ran cold. Him, who are you talking about? Blackwood took a step closer, his eyes grave. The one who desires to control the heart. The one who has been watching you since the moment you entered the breather's depths. The one who now knows you are fully awakened to its presence. His name is Director Thorn. No relation to your mentor, though a grim irony, wouldn't you agree? Director Thorn, a director. The shadowy organization had a name and a leader. He is a dangerous man, Mark, a fanatic. He leads the organization you call shadowy, though they prefer to be known as the Veritas Foundation. For decades, they have sought to understand, control, and ultimately weaponize the power of the breather. They are the ones who put that first note in your package, a test, to see if the resonance would activate you. Frank told me they've been watching the area for decades, I said, trying to process this deluge of information. But Thorn, he's coming here, for me. For both of you now, Blackwood replied, his gaze sweeping over Sarah, then back to me. And for the bird, it is an ancient Abenaki artifact, a whisperer. It amplifies the mountain's call. It is a powerful link. They want it, Mark. They want to control that link, and they will stop at nothing to get it. The wooden bird in my pocket suddenly felt heavier, pulsing with a vibrant energy that hummed through my jacket, into my skin. It was more than a clue, it was a target. How did you know about the package? About Frank? I asked, still struggling to reconcile this impossible reality. The mountain whispers, Mark, Blackwood said, tapping his temple, and I listen. Frank Dubois, he is an old friend, a fellow keeper in his own way. He tries to protect the mountain in his own manner. He knew they were watching you. He knew they would come for you. He gave you good advice to run, but I knew you wouldn't. The mountain would not let you. You're a keeper of the breath, Sarah asked, her fear warring with a desperate curiosity. Blackwood nodded. One of the last, I fear. My people have dwindled, their traditions fading, but the mountain remembers. And it has chosen you, Mark, you who entered its heart and lived. You are an unwitting participant, but a crucial one in this awakening, and a target for Thorn. What does Thorn want with the breather? I asked, the whispers of the veil seeming to intensify around us, as if the mountain itself was listening, urging Blackwood to speak. He believes it is a living supercomputer, a sentient biological engine that can be harnessed, Blackwood explained, his voice grim. He seeks to extract its knowledge, its energy. He believes he can control its cycles, use its power for what he calls global stabilization. But he does not understand it. He sees it as a tool, not a sacred entity. He seeks to break its heart rather than understand it. The image of the pulsing red pool, the immense tendrils, flashed in my mind, breaking its heart. The scale of Thorn's ambition, his arrogance, was terrifying. Then the awakening, I asked. What does it mean? What will happen? Blackwood sighed, looking up at the ancient oak tree, its leaves rustling gently in the otherwise silent vale. The cycles are vast, beyond human comprehension, but this awakening is different, faster, more intense. Thorn's constant probing, his attempts to gain access, have disturbed its slumber more profoundly than any natural cycle. It is not just awakening, it is reacting. Reacting how? The strange weather, the animal behavior, the shifting energies, these are its initial stirrings, its dreams bleeding into our reality, Blackwood explained. But if Thorn succeeds in his aims, if he breaches the heart and tries to force its hand, the mountain will not be contained. It will lash out, and its wrath could redefine our understanding of existence. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The stakes were far higher than I had imagined. Global catastrophe, an ancient entity's wrath, and we, Mark and Sarah, were caught in the middle. "How long do we have?" Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. Blackwood looked towards the mouth of the valley, his eyes narrowing. "Not long. Thorn's surveillance is extensive. The slashed tire, the message in your home, they were not just warnings, but probes, to gauge your fear, to gauge your understanding. They know you are looking for answers, and they will have anticipated your seeking me out. They are closer than you think." Suddenly, the whispers in the vale died down, replaced by an unsettling, profound silence. The air grew colder still. A distant, faint whirring sound, almost imperceptible, seemed to emanate from the sky. Blackwood's eyes snapped to the sky, his face grim. "Too late, they're here." "Who?" I asked, my heart plummeting. "Thorn's people," Blackwood replied, his clean suits. "They will have tracked you to Oakhaven, then inferred your destination. They've likely been circling for some time, using drones, waiting for the opportune moment." The faint whirring grew louder, resolving into the unmistakable sound of a helicopter. It was still out of sight, but rapidly approaching. "They'll try to extract you, Mark," Blackwood said, his voice urgent. "To interrogate you, to use your connection to the mountain, and they'll want the Whisperer." He gestured to the wooden bird. "They know its power, they know it's a key." "What do we do?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. Blackwood gripped his walking stick, his gaze fierce. "We stand with the mountain, we protect its heart, and we prevent Thorn from unleashing its wrath." He turned and strode towards the cabin door. "Inside, quickly, we don't have much time." We rushed into the small cabin, which was surprisingly spacious and filled with books, maps, and strange, archaic instruments. The walls were lined with shelves, crammed with texts, some handwritten, some ancient, all speaking of a knowledge beyond our modern understanding. A small, crackling fire in the hearth cast dancing shadows. As soon as we were inside, Blackwood slammed the heavy wooden door shut, bolting it from within. The thud of the helicopter blades was now directly overhead, vibrating through the very foundation of the cabin. "They'll try to flush us out," Blackwood said, moving to a small, narrow window, peering out through a slit in the thick wooden shutters. "They won't risk damaging the cabin initially. They know the significance of this place to the mountain, but they'll use gas, flashbangs, anything to disorient us." He turned to us, his eyes filled with a desperate resolve. "Mark, the Whisperer, give it to me." I pulled the wooden bird from my pocket and handed it to him. As his fingers closed around it, the hum intensified, vibrating through the cabin. Blackwood held it aloft, his eyes closing, a low chant rising from his lips. It was an ancient, guttural sound, resonant with the earth, interwoven with the thumpy whoosh, suck that now pulsed through the cabin itself. As he chanted, the wooden bird began to glow with a faint blue light, mirroring the bioluminescent fungi in my basement. The light pulsed, in sync with the mountain's breath. And then, a faint, metallic scent, like the cave itself, began to permeate the cabin, replacing the scent of wood smoke and old paper. Suddenly, a loud thud shook the cabin. A team of men, clad in tactical gear, rappelled from the helicopter, landing silently around the cabin. Through the narrow slits in the shutters, I could see their dark uniforms, their weapons, their purposeful movements. They were not park rangers. They were Thorn-esque clean suits, now in combat fatigues. "They're here," I whispered, my heart hammering. Blackwood ignored me, his chant growing stronger, the blue light from the whisperer intensifying. The hum in the cabin became a low thrum, vibrating through our bones. Then a voice boomed from a loudspeaker outside, distorted by the helicopter's roar. "Silas Blackwood, this is Verita's foundation. We know you're in there. Release the two individuals immediately. We only want Mark Jensen and the artifact." Blackwood's chant ended abruptly. He opened his eyes, which were now glowing with a faint, ethereal blue, mirroring the whisperer. He looked at me, a fierce determination in his gaze. "They want you, Mark, and they want the whisperer, but we will not yield." He handed the bird back to me. "You are the primary conduit. Its power resonates most strongly with you. Keep it close, protect it." He then moved to a hidden panel in the wall, pulling aside a faded tapestry to reveal a small, camouflaged door. "This is a hidden passage. It leads deep into the mountain, to a network of ancient Abenaki tunnels. They are dangerous, treacherous, but they are our only way out." "Tunnels," Sarah exclaimed, fear etched on her face. "Into the mountain. Are you serious?" "The mountain protects its own," Blackwood replied, his voice firm, "and its secrets. These tunnels were carved by my ancestors long ago to access specific nodes of power and to move unseen beneath the land." He pointed to a small bundle near the passage. "Take these. Torches, water, basic provisions. We move fast." Another boom rattled the cabin. They were trying to breach the door. "Director Thorne is not a patient man," Blackwood said, his eyes now fixed on the splintering door. "He will not hesitate to use force. We must go." He pushed open the camouflaged door, revealing a dark, narrow opening leading into an abyss. A cold, earthy smell, mixed with the metallic sweetness of the mountain, wafted out, and from within, a faint, rhythmic thumpe whoosh suck was clearly audible, a deeper, more primal breath. "Follow me," Blackwood commanded, grabbing a torch. "Stay close. The mountain will guide us, but it is not a gentle guide." Sarah looked at me, her eyes wide with terror, but also a fierce resolve. She squeezed my hand. "Together," she whispered. I nodded, clutching the whisper bird in my pocket. The blue glow was now a constant pulse, a vibrant, living thing against my chest. As the cabin door began to crack under the assault, we plunged into the darkness of the passage, following Silas Blackwood into the ancient, breathing depths. The darkness inside the passage was absolute, thick and heavy, pressing in on all sides. Silas Blackwood's torch, a rudimentary affair of twisted cloth and resin, sputtered to life, casting flickering shadows that danced like ancient spirits on the rough-hewn walls. The air was cold, damp, and smelled strongly of wet earth and something else, a sweet, metallic tang that was becoming terrifyingly familiar. From the deep recesses of the tunnel, the mountain's breath, the rhythmic thump, whoosh suck, was no longer a distant hum but a palpable guttural exhalation that vibrated through the very rock beneath our feet, through our bones, into the core of our beings. "Stay close," Blackwood commanded, his voice surprisingly calm amidst the growing chaos behind us. The sounds of splintering wood and shouted orders from Thorn's men outside echoed faintly, quickly swallowed by the mountain's vast silence. Sarah clutched my hand, her grip bone-white. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her eyes wide with a fear that I knew mirrored my own. But there was also a glimmer of something else, a fierce, desperate determination. She was terrified, but she was not breaking. We moved forward, Blackwood leading the way, his torch illuminating a narrow, winding passage. The walls were not smoothly carved, but seemed to have been shaped by immense, unseen forces, a natural labyrinth augmented by careful, ancient hands. The floor was uneven, littered with loose stones and slick with moisture. Every step was tentative, every sound amplified in the oppressive quiet. The whisperer bird in my pocket pulsed with a warm, steady glow, its blue light a comforting counterpoint to the inky blackness. It was a beacon, a tangible link to the incredible, terrifying entity that surrounded us. These tunnels, they're ancient, Blackwood said, his voice a low rumble, carved by my ancestors thousands of years ago. They knew the mountain's secrets, understood its cycles. These passages aren't just roots, they're arteries connecting to vital nodes of the breather's network. Nodes of power, I whispered, recalling his cryptic research papers. The mountain is a vast, interconnected organism, he explained, not turning, like a giant, living brain stretching for hundreds of miles beneath the earth. These nodes are its synapses, its sensory organs. My ancestors learned to navigate them, to listen to the mountain's thoughts, to feel its emotions. The thump, whoosh, suck grew louder, deeper, as if we were drawing closer to the source of the mountain's breath. The metallic scent intensified, almost cloying. I could feel the vibrations in my chest, a low, resonant hum that seemed to synchronize with my own heartbeat. Thorn wants to control these nodes, Blackwood continued, his voice laced with disdain. He believes he can manipulate the mountain's consciousness, bend it to his will. He sees it as a weapon, a limitless energy source. He doesn't understand that to control it is to destroy it, to break its heart. And what happens if he succeeds? Sarah asked, her voice trembling slightly. Blackwood stopped, turning to face us. His face, illuminated by the torchlight, was etched with ancient sorrow. If he forces a full, uncontrolled awakening, the mountain's power will be unleashed without its natural regulators. It would be a global catastrophe. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, climates shifting violently. Life as we know it would cease to exist. The mountain would consume itself, and in doing so, consume everything. A chill, colder than the damp air, snaked down my spine. This wasn't just about my family or my sanity. This was about the very survival of the planet. But if he's so close to controlling it, I pressed, why did he need me? Why the fungi? You, Mark, are unique, Blackwood said, his eyes piercing me in the dim light. You entered the heart. You survived. You carry its resonance, its mark, more powerfully than anyone in centuries. The fungi were a catalyst, a way to test and accelerate that connection. Thorn believes you are a key, a living bridge, through whom he can finally access the deepest parts of the breather's consciousness. He thinks he can use you to unlock its full power. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. I wasn't just an unwitting recipient of a dangerous secret. I was a target, a tool, a potential conduit for global destruction. The thought made my stomach churn. He thought I would just cooperate, I asked, incredulous. Blackwood gave a humorless chuckle. Thorn is a brilliant man, but arrogant. He believes everyone can be swayed by promises of power, scientific advancement, or threats. He underestimated the mountain's own will and your connection to it. As we continued, the tunnels twisted and turned, sometimes opening into vast, echoing caverns, sometimes narrowing to claustrophobic crawls. The air grew heavier, the metallic scent more intense, almost intoxicating. The blue glow from the whisperer bird in my pocket strengthened, casting dancing patterns on the tunnel walls. I could feel a profound sense of presence emanating from the rock, a vast, ancient consciousness that was both terrifying and strangely comforting. The whisperer, Blackwood said, gesturing to my pocket, it is an amplifier. It helps you hear the mountain's song, its sorrow, its anger. It strengthens your own resonance, making you a clearer channel. So it makes me more useful to Thorn, I said, a bitter taste in my mouth. Potentially, Blackwood conceded, but also more sensitive, more aware. You will feel its struggle, its pain, and perhaps through that you will find the way to protect it. We walked for what felt like hours, the concept of time dissolving in the endless darkness. My legs ached, my throat was parched, and the constant thumpy whoosh, suck of the mountain's breath was becoming a rhythmic thrum in my very bloodstream. Sarah, though exhausted, moved with a quiet resilience, her hand never leaving mine. Suddenly, Blackwood stopped. He extinguished his torch, plunging us into absolute blackness. "Listen," he whispered. I strained my ears. Beyond the mountain's breath, there was another sound, faint but distinct, a metallic click, a low, hushed conversation. "They've found another entrance," Blackwood murmured. "Thorn has teams deployed throughout the valley, seeking access points. They're closing in." Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the weariness. We weren't safe, not even deep within the mountain. "What do we do?" Sarah whispered, her voice tight with panic. Blackwood remained silent for a long moment, then reignited his torch. "We go deeper, to the heart of the heart, to the place where the mountain speaks most clearly." He led us down a steep, winding shaft, the air growing noticeably warmer. The walls of the shaft were smoother here, almost polished, with strange, intricate patterns carved into the stone, spirals, lines, abstract forms that seemed to vibrate with a hidden energy. These were not natural formations. "These are ancient Abenaki markings," Blackwood explained. "Maps, prayers, warnings. They record the mountain's history, its moods. They are a language that speaks of the telluric consciousness." As we descended, the metallic scent became almost overpowering, like standing in a forge where blood was being ironed into the air. The rhythmic breathing of the mountain was now a deafening roar in my ears, a pulsating thrum that vibrated through every cell of my body. The blue glow from the whisperer bird was so intense it lit up my entire pocket, casting a soft, ethereal light around us. I began to feel things, sensations that weren't my own. A vast, ancient sadness, a slow, aching loneliness, a primal hunger, a yearning for connection, and underneath it all, a deep, simmering anger, a rising fury that vibrated like a plucked string. "The mountain, it's angry," I whispered, not sure if I was speaking to Blackwood or to myself. Blackwood nodded. "Its slumber has been disturbed for too long, its natural rhythm disrupted, its heart threatened. It feels Thorn's intrusions. It feels his intent." We reached the bottom of the shaft, emerging into a vast, awe-inspiring cavern. It was enormous, a cathedral carved by geological eons, its ceiling lost in the darkness above. But it wasn't entirely dark. In the center of the cavern, a colossal, glowing structure pulsed with an intense, vibrant red light. It was the same colossal, fungal mass I had seen 18 years ago, but infinitely larger, more complex, more terrifyingly alive. Its tendrils, thick as tree trunks, snaked across the cavern floor, intertwining and twisting, disappearing into unseen crevices. The red light pulsated, mirroring the mountain's breath, illuminating the cavern in an eerie, hellish glow. This was the heart, the very core of the breather. The air here was thick with the sweet, metallic scent, so concentrated it made my head spin. I felt an overwhelming urge to collapse, to surrender to the pervasive energy. The rhythmic thump, whoosh, suck, was now a deep, guttural bass note that resonated from the fungal mass itself, a living, breathing symphony of ancient power. The heart, Blackwood announced, his voice filled with reverence. The source of all its power, its consciousness resides here. Thorn seeks to bind it, to control it. Sarah, seeing the unimaginable sight, gasped. Her hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and wonder. My God, Mark, it's real, all of it. I felt a profound connection to the heart, a magnetic pull that resonated deeply with the whisperer bird in my pocket. The bird pulsed wildly, its blue light competing with the heart's red glow. I felt as if my own blood was circulating through those colossal tendrils, as if my own mind was expanding to encompass the vast consciousness of the mountain. Blackwood led us to a small, hidden alcove in the cavern wall, out of sight of the main entrance to the chamber. We rest here for a moment. They will be looking for us, but the mountain's presence here is strongest. It will offer some protection and a clearer path forward. As we sat exhausted, the magnitude of our predicament settled over me. We were trapped deep within a living mountain, pursued by a ruthless organization, caught in a cosmic struggle between an ancient entity and human ambition. What is the path forward, Silas? I asked, using his first name for the first time. How do we stop Thorn? How do we protect the heart? Blackwood looked at the pulsing red mass, his eyes filled with a distant sadness. Thorn's ultimate goal is to connect a device he's developed, a telluric resonator, directly to the heart. He believes it will allow him to synchronize with its consciousness and control its functions. And you're saying that would be catastrophic, Sarah interjected. Indeed, it would overload the mountain's natural defenses, causing it to lash out wildly, uncontrollably, Blackwood confirmed. But there is a way to prevent that. The mountain has a failsafe, a natural defense mechanism. It's an ancient ritual passed down through the keepers of the breath, a way to reestablish the mountain's natural harmony, to guide its energy, to help it re-enter a state of balance. A ritual, I asked, skepticism warring with desperate hope. It sounded too fantastical, even in this impossible situation. It is not magic, Mark, Blackwood said, sensing my doubt. It is a deep understanding of telluric energy, of the mountain's biological and conscious processes. It involves specific resonant frequencies, certain ancient chants, and a connection to a primary conduit. You, Mark, are that conduit. My heart skipped a beat. Me, what do I have to do? You possess the deepest resonance with the heart. You can feel its pain, its anger. You are the only one who can truly speak its language through the whisperer, Blackwood explained. The ritual involves channeling the mountain's chaotic energy through you, guiding it towards a controlled release, a healing. It would restore the mountain's natural dormancy, its equilibrium. But what would that do to me? I asked, a tremor in my voice. The thought of channeling such immense, primal energy was terrifying. Blackwood hesitated, his gaze solemn. It would be a profound experience, Mark, a deep integration with the mountain's consciousness. Your perception of reality would be altered. You would carry its essence within you forever. It would change you, perhaps fundamentally. I looked at Sarah. Her face was pale, but her eyes held a steady, unwavering gaze. She was scared, but she was here with me, ready to face whatever came. "And what if I do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "What if we can't perform this ritual?" "Then Thorn will succeed," Blackwood replied grimly. "He will connect his device, break the mountain, and unleash its destructive power upon the world. The ritual is the only way to heal it, and to save ourselves." A sudden, sharp clang echoed from deeper in the cavern, a metallic scraping sound, followed by the faint murmur of voices. They were here. Thorn's forces had entered the heart chamber. Blackwood quickly extinguished his torch, plunging our alcove into darkness, illuminated only by the pulsing red glow of the heart and the faint blue light from the whisperer in my pocket. Through the darkness, I could see figures moving, their tactical lights piercing the gloom. They were setting up equipment, moving with a chilling efficiency towards the base of the glowing heart. I could just make out a large, complex device, bristling with wires and monitors, Thorn-S telluric resonator. "They're setting up the device," Blackwood whispered, his voice urgent. "We have to act now, before they make the connection." "What's the plan?" Sarah asked, her voice low but steady. "We disrupt their connection," Blackwood explained. "We create a diversion, and Mark, you prepare for the ritual. The heart is close enough here. You must focus your intent, synchronize your breath with its breath. Let the whisperer guide you." He handed me a small pouch containing a handful of dried herbs. "Chew these. They will enhance your connection, deepen your focus. They are from the mountain itself." I hesitated for a moment, then with a deep breath chewed the bitter, pungent herbs. A warmth spread through my mouth, then through my entire body, intensifying the hum and the connection to the heart. The metallic scent became almost sweet, palatable, like a strange, potent medicine. Blackwood then pulled a crude, animal skin drum from his pack. "I will create a diversion. It will be loud, unexpected. It will draw their attention. When I do, Mark, begin the chant. Let the mountain's rhythm guide you. Sarah, you must protect Mark, keep him focused. Do not let them interrupt him." He looked at us, his old eyes blazing with a fierce, ancient fire. "This is it, for the mountain, for the world, and for yourselves." He moved stealthily from the alcove, a shadow merging with the cavern's gloom. I watched him go, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Sarah grasped my hand, her squeeze conveying a mixture of fear and shared purpose. I closed my eyes, focusing on the rhythmic thump, whoosh, suck of the heart. The herbs intensified the sensation, the sound becoming a physical vibration in my chest, synchronizing with my own breathing, my own pulse. The whisper bird in my pocket pulsed in sync, its blue light throbbing. I could feel the immense power, the raw, untamed energy of the mountain, swirling around me, through me. It was terrifying, overwhelming, but also deeply familiar. A part of me awakened. Suddenly, Blackwood slammed the drum, a booming, resonant sound that echoed through the cavern, shattering the tense silence. It was a primal, earth-shaking beat, deep and resonant, a challenge flung into the darkness. "Hey, over here, you FOOLS!" Blackwood's voice, amplified by the cavern, boomed, drawing attention away from us. Shouts erupted from Thorn's men. Tactical lights swung towards Blackwood, illuminating his gaunt figure as he stood defiantly near the heart, beating the drum with furious intensity. "Mark now," Sarah urged, her voice tight. I opened my eyes, the red glow of the heart filling my vision, pulsing in time with Blackwood's drum and the mountain's breath. I reached into my pocket, pulling out the whisper bird. It glowed with an intense blue, almost painfully bright, radiating warmth and energy. I held the bird aloft, and a low, guttural chant, ancient and resonant, rose from my throat. It was not a language I knew, yet the words flowed effortlessly, guided by the mountain's breath, by the whisperer's pulse. The chant was a symphony of sounds, deep growls, sharp cries, long, drawn-out moans, all interwoven with the mountain's thumpy whoosh suck. As I chanted, the blue light from the whisperer intensified, expanding outward, a swirling, iridescent mist that began to intertwine with the pulsing red glow of the heart. I could feel the energy surging through me, a primal force that threatened to tear me apart. My body thrummed, my mind expanded, encompassed by the mountain's vast consciousness. I felt the sadness, the anger, the longing, all flowing into me, through me, out through the chant. Thorn's men, distracted by Blackwood, were now turning their attention to me, to the strange blue light and the guttural chanting. "Jensen, stop that noise," a voice boomed, but it was drowned out by my own growing chant, by the furious drumming of Blackwood, by the deep, resonant breathing of the mountain itself. Suddenly, Blackwood, still drumming, seemed to melt into the shadows near the heart, drawing Thorn's men further away, allowing me to continue the ritual. Sarah, ever vigilant, stood guard, her eyes darting nervously towards Thorn's men, who were now aiming their weapons at me. "Stay focused, Mark," she yelled over the cacophony. I couldn't answer. The mountain's energy was consuming me, transforming me. The cavern itself seemed to come alive, shimmering with unseen forces. The blue mist from the whisperer and the red glow from the heart mingled, creating a mesmerizing, pulsating purple haze that filled the chamber. As my chant reached a crescendo, the energy flowing through me became almost unbearable. I felt a profound connection to every living thing, to the very bedrock of the earth, to the stars above. The mountain's voice was now my voice, its pain my pain, its anger my anger. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from the heart. A wave of pure, raw energy pulsed outward, knocking Thorn's men off their feet, scattering their equipment. The air crackled with electricity, and a deep, resonant rumble echoed through the entire mountain, shaking the cavern to its foundations. The telluric resonator, Thorn's device, sparked and died, its monitors going dark. My chant ended abruptly, cut off by the sheer force of the energy surge. I gasped, collapsing to my knees, the whisper bird falling from my hands. My body throbbed, every nerve ending alive with a tingling, humming sensation. My head spun, my vision swam, the purple haze slowly fading. Sarah rushed to my side, her face pale with concern. "Mark, are you okay?" I could only nod, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I felt drained, exhausted, but also strangely exhilarated, and different, profoundly different. The world seemed sharper, more vibrant, alive with 1,000 unseen energies. The mountain's breath, though still present, was now softer, more harmonious, a gentle lullaby compared to its previous roar. The glowing heart, too, seemed to have shifted. Its red light was still vibrant, but no longer angry. It pulsed with a steady, peaceful rhythm, a soft, benevolent glow that filled the cavern with a quiet sense of calm. The sweet, metallic scent lessened, becoming a subtle, earthy fragrance. Blackwood emerged from the shadows, his drum clutched in his hand, a triumphant, if weary, smile on his face. "You did it, Mark. You saved the heart. You guided its energy back to balance." Thorn's men were slowly picking themselves up, disoriented but mostly unharmed. Their leader, a stern-faced man in a pristine uniform, his face contorted in a mixture of fury and disbelief, approached Blackwood. "Blackwood, what have you done?" Director Thorne yelled, his voice echoing in the now quiet cavern. "You've sabotaged years of research. You've ruined everything." "I have saved the world from your arrogance, Thorne," Blackwood replied, his voice firm, unafraid. "The mountain is not a tool to be wielded. It is a living being to be respected. Its heart now sleeps, its energy in harmony. Your resonator is useless. You have failed." Thorne snarled, pulling a pistol from his holster. "You fool, you haven't won. You've merely delayed the inevitable. This mountain will awaken again, and when it does, I will be ready. And as for your conduit," he raised the pistol, aiming it directly at me, "he won't be around to interfere again." Sarah screamed, throwing herself in front of me. But before Thorne could fire, a deep, resonant groan echoed from the heart. The very ground beneath us trembled. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, one of the massive tendrils of the heart, thick as an ancient redwood, slowly detached itself from the main mass. It moved with an agonizing slowness, coiling, stretching, its glowing red tip reaching out towards Thorne. Thorne, stunned, lowered his weapon slightly. The tendril was now directly in front of him, hovering inches from his face, its red light pulsing with an ancient, silent warning. "Impossible," Thorne whispered, his face pale with a mixture of fear and awe. "It's communicating." Blackwood stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the tendril. "It is not communicating, Thorne. It is judging. It is protecting. It warns you. Leave its heart undisturbed, or face its wrath unchecked." The tendril pulsed again, then slowly, majestically, receded, rejoining the main mass of the heart. The cavern returned to its peaceful, steady glow. The silence, however, was broken by Thorne's ragged breathing. His men, equally stunned, stood frozen, their weapons useless against the raw power they had just witnessed. Thorne, still visibly shaken, slowly raised his pistol again, but this time his aim was unsteady, his bravado gone. He looked at Blackwood, then at me, then at the softly pulsing heart. His fanaticism was still there, but now mixed with a chilling new respect, a deeper fear. "This isn't over, Blackwood," Thorne hissed, his voice trembling with contained rage. "I will return. I will find another way. And Mark Jensen, you are now an anomaly, a liability. We will be watching you, always." He motioned to his men. "Stand down. We retrieve what we can. We retreat for now." His forces, defeated but not broken, began to dismantle their equipment, their faces grim. Thorne himself cast one last, burning glance at me, a look filled with menace and a strange, scientific curiosity. Then he turned and led his team away, disappearing back into the winding tunnels from which they had come. The cavern fell silent once more, save for the gentle, steady breathing of the heart. Blackwood let out a long, weary sigh. "For now, the mountain is safe, and you, Mark, have bought us time." I slowly pushed myself up, my body still tingling, my mind buzzing with an electric awareness. I picked up the whisper bird. Its blue light had softened, but it still radiated a steady warmth. I felt integrated, different. The mountain's presence was no longer an external force, but an internal landscape, a deep, silent hum within my very being. Sarah hugged me tightly, burying her face in my shoulder. "It's over for now," she whispered, her voice thick with relief. "Thank God it's over." But as I held her, I knew it wasn't truly over. Thorne's words echoed in my mind. "This isn't over. I will return. We will be watching you, always." And Blackwood's earlier warning, your perception of reality would be altered. You would carry its essence within you forever. It would change you, perhaps fundamentally. The ritual had worked. The mountain was at peace, its cycles restored, its heart protected. But I was no longer just Mark Jensen, suburban husband and father. I was a conduit, a keeper, linked irrevocably to an ancient, sentient entity. My normal life, the life I knew, was gone forever. The world had opened up, revealing hidden depths, cosmic struggles, and my own, terrifying new role within them. Blackwood looked at me, a knowing, weary smile on his face. "You are forever changed, Mark. You are now a true keeper of the breath. The mountain flows through you. Its wisdom, its power, its burden." He pointed to a narrow, unexplored passage deeper in the cavern. "Come, we must leave this place. There is much to learn, much to prepare for. Your journey has only just begun." I looked at Sarah, her face still streaked with tears but now etched with a fragile hope. Her fear for me was evident, but also I sensed a growing understanding, a shared burden. We were in this together, irrevocably. I nodded, the whisperer bird warm in my hand. "Let's go." Together, we followed Silas Blackwood into the deeper passages of the mountain, leaving the softly glowing heart behind, moving towards an uncertain future, carrying the weight of ancient power and a terrifying new destiny. The whispers of the mountain, no longer chaotic, now sang a harmonious, compelling song deep within me. I was home, and yet I was further from home than I had ever been. The air in the deeper passages was different, colder, yet strangely alive. The rhythmic breathing of the mountain, which had been a roar in the heart chamber, was now a soft, continuous hum, a vibration that resonated deep within my bones, a melody woven into the silence. The metallic sweetness had faded, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of pure earth and ancient stone. The blue light from the whisperer bird in my hand was a steady, warm pulse, no longer frantic, but a comforting beacon in the perpetual darkness. Blackwood walked with a renewed energy, his gaunt frame moving with surprising agility for his age. He held his crude torch high, its flame illuminating intricate carvings on the tunnel walls, symbols I couldn't decipher, but which pulsed with a faint, internal light in my new, heightened perception. Sarah, holding my free hand, gripped it tightly, her footsteps cautious but determined. Her face was still pale, etched with the trauma of what we had just witnessed, but her eyes held a steady resolve. She was scared, yes, but she was here, and that meant everything. "These passages lead to the deeper sanctuaries," Blackwood explained, his voice hushed, reverent. "Places of contemplation, of listening. My ancestors lived much of their lives within these walls, communing with the mountain. They sought to understand its rhythm, to harmonize with its immense consciousness." I looked at the carvings, and for the first time I didn't just see shapes, I felt them. They were not mere images, but resonant frequencies etched into stone, echoes of ancient prayers, records of profound understanding. The mountain sang through them, a silent symphony of history and wisdom. I can feel them," I whispered, surprised by the clarity of the sensation. "The carvings, they're like memories or emotions." Blackwood smiled, a gentle, knowing curve of his lips. "Indeed, Mark, your connection has deepened. You are no longer merely a conduit, you are an attuned receiver. The mountain now speaks directly to you, in its own ancient language. The whisperer merely amplifies what is already within you." We continued our descent, the tunnels twisting and turning, always guiding us deeper, further away from the surface world and the immediate threat of Thorn. The air grew stiller, heavier, yet it felt exhilarating, charged with a subtle energy that both soothed and invigorated. "Thorn won't give up," Sarah said, breaking the silence, her voice a little shaky. "He said he'd be watching, that he'd find another way." "He will," Blackwood confirmed, his expression grim. His ambition is boundless, his ideology unshakable. He believes he is saving humanity, bringing about a new age of order and control by mastering the mountain's power. He is dangerous because he truly believes himself to be righteous. What does he even know about the mountain if he's so wrong about it? I asked. Enough to be a profound threat, Blackwood replied, leading us into a wider cavern. This one was different from the heart chamber, smaller but equally profound. In its center stood a single, massive crystal, shimmering with a soft, milky white light, pulsing with a gentle rhythm that harmonized with the mountain's breath. Its surface was covered in similar ancient carvings to those on the tunnel walls, but here they glowed faintly, as if imbued with the crystal's light. Thorne's Veritas Foundation has been studying telluric nodes for decades. They have fragments of ancient texts, deciphered enough to understand the mountain's cyclical nature, its immense power, and the existence of conduits like yourself. They know the breather is a living entity, but they refuse to acknowledge its sentience, its soul. They see it as a force of nature to be conquered, a resource to be exploited. He gestured to the crystal. This is a secondary node, a place where the mountain's consciousness is particularly lucid. Here, we can begin your true training, Mark. You must learn to interpret its song, to understand its warnings, to become a true keeper of the breath. We settled near the crystal, the soft, milky light casting long, ethereal shadows. Blackwood explained the basics of Abenaki lore surrounding the mountain, how their ancestors viewed it not as a god, but as a venerable elder, a source of life and wisdom, whose well-being was inextricably linked to their own. He spoke of the great sleepers, other telluric nodes scattered across the globe, all interconnected, all part of a single planetary consciousness. The breather, he explained, was one of the oldest and most powerful. The Abenaki believe that humans, too, are conduits, vessels for this telluric energy, Blackwood continued. But modern civilization has severed that connection, deafened itself to the mountain's song. Only a few like myself, or those who have had direct contact with a node, retain the sensitivity. He looked at me. You, Mark, have had the most profound contact. You have become one with its rhythm. He then guided me through meditation, simple exercises focusing on breathing and listening. He taught me to synchronize my own breath with the mountain S, to allow the hum in my bones to become a conduit for deeper perception. The whisperer bird, placed gently on the crystal, pulsed with a synchronized blue light, amplifying the connection. As I meditated, the world around me began to dissolve. The cavern walls, Sarah, Blackwood, they became faint impressions. What remained was the mountain. I felt its vastness, its ancient patience, its immense weight. I felt the slow, steady current of energy flowing through its bedrock, the subterranean rivers, the hidden veins of mineral and water. I saw, not with my eyes, but with an inner vision, the intricate network of fungi, the bioluminescent threads that permeated the rock, connecting everything. They were the mountain's nervous system, its mind. And then I heard it, not words, not a language I could recognize, but a symphony of sensations, a torrent of images and emotions. I saw swirling clouds, distant storms gathering over distant lands, felt the slow, agonizing scrape of tectonic plates, the rumble of a volcano stirring far away. I tasted the salt of ancient oceans, smelled the richness of primordial forests. It was overwhelming, a deluge of planetary information, unfiltered and raw. I gasped, my eyes flying open, the world rushing back into focus. My head spun, my body trembled, overloaded. What was that? I whispered, my voice hoarse. Blackwood looked at me, his eyes full of understanding. The mountain's dreams, Mark, its memories, its awareness of the world. you touched its global consciousness. It was everything, I said, trying to process the flood of sensory input. Storms, volcanoes, the earth moving. The mountain perceives the planet as a single living organism, interconnected, Blackwood explained. You felt the stirrings of other nodes, other parts of the Great Sleeper. It is a vast network, constantly exchanging information, maintaining balance. Sarah watched us, her expression a mixture of awe and fear. So Mark can see the future or sense disasters. Not precisely predict, Blackwood clarified, but he can perceive the precursors, the shifts in telluric energy that signal change. He can feel the Earth's unrest, its disquiet. It is a profound responsibility, Mark, to carry that awareness. For days, perhaps weeks, time became fluid in the deep earth. Blackwood guided my training. We ate simple provisions from his pack, drank cool, clear water that seeped from the cavern walls. Sarah stayed by my side, a silent anchor, her presence a constant comfort. She listened intently to Blackwood's teachings, asked probing questions, and helped me interpret my visions, grounding me when the mountain's song became too overwhelming. She was learning alongside me, becoming an invaluable part of this strange new world. My abilities grew rapidly. I learned to filter the mountain's vast input to focus on specific sensations. I could feel the presence of life above us, the rustling of leaves, the scurrying of small animals, the distant flight of birds. I could discern the subtle shift in air currents, the approach of rain long before it reached the surface. The whispers of the vale, once a disorienting chorus, were now a coherent stream of information. Like a soft-spoken language, I was slowly learning to understand. One evening, as I meditated, a new sensation pierced through the mountain's gentle hum. It was an intrusion, a foreign presence, like a discordant note in a harmonious symphony. It was cold, metallic, and utterly devoid of the mountain's organic warmth. It felt like observation. I opened my eyes, a chill spreading through me. "They're back," I stated, my voice flat. Blackwood looked up sharply. "Thorn." I nodded, clutching the whisper bird. "Yes, I feel an intrusion, a new kind of probe. Not here, not in the mountain, but on the surface. Around the valley, they're observing." Blackwood's face hardened. He is methodical. He will not risk a direct assault on the heart again, not after what happened. He will try to understand it, to find a weakness from the outside. He knows you are a key, Mark, but he still believes it's a key he can use. He wants to study you, your connection, to replicate it. "How can we stop him if he's just watching?" Sarah asked, her brow furrowed with worry. "Observation is a precursor to action," Blackwood replied. "He is assessing the mountain's defenses, your abilities, and likely our movements. He may not try to breach the heart, but he will seek other nodes, other conduits, other ways to control its power." He paused, then looked at me, a grave expression on his face. "We must leave this sanctuary, Mark. The mountain is safe for now, but the world above is still in peril. Thorn's reach is long, and his influence pervasive. He will not stop until he understands and controls the Great Sleeper." The thought of leaving the safety of the mountain's depths, returning to the surface world, filled me with a complex mix of apprehension and grim resolve. The mountain had become a part of me. Leaving it felt like leaving a part of myself behind. But Blackwood was right. We couldn't hide forever. We began our ascent, a journey that felt infinitely more difficult than our frantic descent. My connection to the mountain, though profound, still left me physically exhausted by the prolonged exposure to its raw energy. As we climbed, the sounds of the surface world slowly began to bleed back into my awareness. the rustling of wind through trees, the distant cries of birds, the faint hum of human civilization. The metallic intrusion I had sensed earlier seemed to grow stronger, a subtle buzzing at the edge of my perception, a constant reminder of Thorn's surveillance. When we finally emerged from the hidden passage behind Blackwood's cabin, the late afternoon sun was a shock to our eyes. We blinked, adjusting to the brightness, the sudden rush of cool, fresh air. The whispering vale was still peaceful, almost idyllic, but my heightened senses told me a different story. The metallic tang of Thorn's presence was indeed there, faint but unmistakable, like an invisible net cast over the valley. Blackwood surveyed the area, his eyes narrowed. They are careful, discreet, but they are here. His cabin, though appearing untouched from the outside, bore the signs of a thorough professional search. The door, which Thorn's men had tried to breach, was expertly repaired, but a faint scent of ozone and solvent lingered, imperceptible to normal senses, but glaringly obvious to mine. "They searched your cabin," I stated, the words coming instinctively. "They were looking for something specific, papers, equipment." Blackwood nodded. "They will have taken my research notes, my maps, anything that could give them an advantage. But my most crucial knowledge is not on paper, it is in here." He tapped his temple. "And now, Mark, it is in you." Over the next few days, we remained in the Whispering Vale, moving through the forest with extreme caution. Blackwood taught us how to evade detection, how to read the subtle signs of human presence in the wilderness. He explained how Thorn's teams likely operated: silent drones for aerial surveillance, motion sensors, infrared cameras, and highly trained operatives. "They are looking for you, Mark," Blackwood reiterated. "They know the mountain has awakened you. They want to understand how. They want to replicate that connection or control it within you." My connection to the mountain was a double-edged sword. It allowed me to sense their presence, their movements, but it also made me a clear beacon for them, a target. The whisperer bird in my pocket was a constant, gentle hum against my chest, an extension of my new senses. We decided it was too dangerous to return to our empty home, a place Thorn's men would undoubtedly be watching. Blackwood suggested we seek refuge with an old contact of his, another keeper, a man named Eli who lived in a remote, off-grid community even further north in the Adirondacks. "Eli is a skilled tracker, a man of the woods," Blackwood explained. "He also has a deep understanding of the Abenaki ways, though not as direct a lineage as mine. His community is fiercely independent, wary of outsiders, and virtually invisible to modern surveillance. It will offer us a temporary sanctuary." The journey was long and arduous, a winding trek through dense forest, over rocky ridges, and across fast-flowing streams. We moved only at night, using the faint starlight filtered through the canopy, relying on Blackwood's decades of experience and my newfound senses to guide us. Sarah, despite the physical demands, remained resilient, her determination unwavering. She was learning to move silently, to read the forest, to trust her instincts. She was no longer just the pragmatist. She was becoming a survivor. During our travels, my connection to the mountain continued to evolve. I could now feel the larger telluric currents of the land, the subtle energy lines that crisscrossed the entire region. I could sense pockets of disturbed energy, places where Thorn's probes had left a subtle scar on the landscape. I began to understand the true scale of Thorn's operations, how deeply they were embedded, how pervasive their attempts to map and understand the telluric network truly were. One night, as we rested by a hidden waterfall, a new vision surged through me. It wasn't the vast, chaotic information dump from before. This was focused, sharp, like a directed message. I saw Thorn not in the mountain, but in a sterile, underground bunker, surrounded by glowing screens and complex machinery. He was angry, frustrated, pacing like a caged predator. But then, a subtle shift. He was looking at something new, something on a monitor, a map. And on that map, glowing faintly, was a new node, not the breather, a smaller one but active. And then I saw a location, somewhere north, near where we were heading. I gasped, sitting bolt upright. Thorn, he's found another node, I said, my voice raspy. He's diverting his attention. It's smaller but active. He's going to try to tap into it. Blackwood's eyes widened. Another node. Where, Mark, can you tell? I closed my eyes, focusing, letting the mountain guide my inner vision. North of here. It's in a deep gorge surrounded by jagged peaks. It pulses with a faint green light, not like the Heart's red or the Whisperer's blue. Green. It feels different. Blackwood's face became a mask of concern. The echoing gorge, I know the place. It's a less prominent node, but significant. It's known for its unique bioluminescent flora, specifically a type of glowing moss. It's also home to a rare species of cave-dwelling fish. The local lore speaks of strange echoes and illusions. The Abenaki called it the Green Voice. Thorn wants to exploit it, I said, the vision still vivid in my mind. He's furious about the breather. He sees this as a new opportunity, a less guarded opportunity. This changes things, Blackwood muttered, his gaze distant. He won't abandon the breather entirely, but he will focus resources on this new site. He'll use it as a testing ground, a way to refine his telluric resonator, to understand how to connect to a node without provoking its wrath. But what if he succeeds there? Sarah asked, her voice laced with dread. Then he will have a working prototype, Blackwood replied grimly. A blueprint for controlling the Great Sleeper. It would be a catastrophic step towards his ultimate goal. We cannot let that happen. Our destination, Eli's community, suddenly took on a new urgency. It wasn't just a place of refuge. It was now a strategic waypoint, a place where we could gather resources, plan our next move. After another grueling night of travel, we finally reached the outskirts of Eli's community. It was hidden deep within a secluded valley, invisible until you were almost upon it. A collection of rustic, well-maintained cabins, solar panels glinting through the trees, a communal garden, and a faint aroma of wood smoke and freshly baked bread. No visible roads, no power lines, no cell towers. It was a haven, truly off the grid. As we approached the main clearing, a figure emerged from one of the cabins. He was a man of immense stature, with a weathered face, a shock of gray hair, and piercing blue eyes that held a keen intelligence. He carried a hand-carved staff and moved with a quiet, powerful grace. This was Eli. He saw Blackwood, and a wide, genuine smile spread across his face. Silas, it has been too long, old friend. The mountain has been whispering of your journey, and of the one who walks with its breath. His gaze shifted to me, his eyes studying me with an unsettling intensity, and the woman who anchors him to this world. Eli welcomed us into his home, a spacious cabin filled with the scent of pine and herbs. He listened patiently as Blackwood recounted our escape from Thorn, the confrontation at the Heart, and my new connection to the mountain. Sarah added details, her perspective providing a crucial counterpoint to Blackwood's mystical descriptions. Eli nodded, his expression growing more solemn as we spoke of Thorn and the newly discovered node at the echoing gorge. Thorn's shadow lengthens, he observed, his voice a low rumble. He is a persistent sickness, constantly probing, always seeking to exploit. The Green Voice, it is a delicate place. Its energy is less aggressive, more subtle than the breather. It will be easier for him to manipulate. We need to stop him, Eli, I said, the words echoing my deep conviction. Before he perfects his resonator, before he turns the green voice into a weapon. Eli looked at me, then at Blackwood. This is a different kind of confrontation, Silas. Less about raw power, more about subtle infiltration. The green voice is guarded by natural defenses, but Thorn will have learned from his mistakes at the breather. He will be more cautious, more insidious. He paced the cabin, his brow furrowed in thought. My people have had limited contact with the green voice over the generations. It is a sacred site, but one often avoided due to its peculiar effects. The echoes, the illusions. The mountain uses them to protect itself, to disorient those who seek to trespass. We need a plan, Sarah stated, ever the pragmatist. Something that doesn't involve a direct assault, but a way to disable his device, or at least prevent him from making a stable connection. Eli stopped, his eyes fixed on me. Mark, your connection to the mountain is not just about feeling its presence. It is about understanding its will. The green voice, in particular, resonates with your unique resonance. Perhaps you can use its own defenses against Thorn. How? I asked, intrigued. The illusions, the echoes, Eli explained. They are manifestations of the node's energy, a natural defense mechanism, a distorted reality. If you can attune yourself to the green voice, Mark, you might be able to amplify and direct those illusions, to confuse Thorn's men, to break their focus, to lead them astray. The idea was daunting, but also held a flicker of hope, using the mountain's own defenses. It felt right, an echo of the ritual at the heart. Blackwood nodded slowly. It is a risk, but a viable one. Mark has a profound connection. He can learn to shape the mountain's whispers, to give them form and direction. For the next few days, under Eli's guidance, I immersed myself in the subtle energies of the green voice. Eli taught me how to perceive its faint, green glow through the telluric currents, how to differentiate its unique rhythm from the breather's deep thrum. It was like learning a new dialect of the mountain's language. My training progressed in Eli's community. I learned to expand my inner vision, to use the whisper bird as a focal point, not just for receiving information, but for projecting intent. I would sit for hours, deep in meditation, trying to feel the green voice, to understand its particular form of consciousness. It was less of a roar and more of a subtle hum, a song of gentle disorientation. The people of Eli's community were quiet, self-sufficient. They watched us with a blend of curiosity and ancient wisdom, offering support without intrusion. Children with bright, knowing eyes sometimes brought us food or fresh water, observing my meditation with an unnerving stillness. They, too, seemed to carry a faint echo of the keeper lineage. Sarah, meanwhile, wasn't idle. She spent hours with Eli's people, learning their herbal remedies, their tracking skills, their knowledge of the local flora and fauna. She was absorbing practical skills, becoming more self-reliant, preparing herself for the harsh realities we now faced. Her academic mind, once focused on historical preservation, was now entirely dedicated to understanding this living, breathing, ancient world. As I deepened my connection to the green voice, I began to perceive the true nature of its illusions. They weren't just tricks of light and sound. They were echoes of the past, projections of fears, distortions of reality created by the node's unique energy signature. I learned to feel the subtle fluctuations in the air, the way the sound waves bent, the way light itself could be subtly warped. One day during meditation, a clear image solidified in my mind. Thorn's team, deep within the echoing gorge, was setting up their equipment. I could see the telluric resonator, gleaming ominously, its wires snaking towards a pulsing patch of green moss. They were closer than I thought. The window of opportunity was closing. "They're moving in," I announced, opening my eyes. At the green voice, "They're setting up the resonator." Blackwood and Eli exchanged a grave look. "It is time," Eli said, his voice firm. "We gather our supplies. We move tonight." The plan was simple, yet fraught with danger. We would approach the echoing gorge under the cover of darkness. Blackwood, Eli, and Sarah would create a distraction, drawing Thorn's primary attention. While they did that, I would infiltrate the site, find Thorn's telluric resonator, and using the whisperer bird and my connection to the green voice, attempt to amplify the node's natural illusions and disorient Thorn's men, making it impossible for them to make a stable connection. The goal wasn't to destroy the device, but to render it useless, at least temporarily, and to buy the green voice time to retreat into dormancy. We departed that evening, moving like phantoms through the moonlit forest. Blackwood and Eli led the way, their movements fluid and silent. Sarah walked beside me, her hand brushing mine occasionally, a silent affirmation of our shared purpose. I clutched the whisper bird, its blue light a steady thrum against my skin, my mind already reaching out, touching the green voice, feeling its gentle, disorienting rhythm. The journey to the echoing gorge was eerily quiet, save for the sounds of the night forest. As we drew closer, the distinct, almost musical echoes began to manifest. Whispers seemed to drift on the wind, distorted fragments of sound, like voices speaking from impossible distances. Light bent, shadows danced with unnatural energy. The air grew heavy with the subtle, earthy scent of the glowing moss. I felt Thorn's presence more strongly now, the cold, metallic intrusion, a stark contrast to the organic energy of the green voice. He was close. His men were already there. We reached the edge of the gorge, a vast, shadowy chasm that plunged into darkness. Faint green light pulsed from its depths, illuminating patches of glowing moss along the sheer rock faces. And from within, I could hear the faint hum of machinery, the murmur of human voices. "They are at the base of the gorge," Eli whispered, his eyes scanning the abyss. "Thorn will have his best men guarding the entrance, but the gorge itself is a labyrinth of echoes and shadows, our advantage." Blackwood looked at me. "Mark, this is your moment. Your connection to the green voice is paramount. We will draw their attention. You must find the resonator and amplify the illusions." I nodded, taking a deep breath. The raw power of the mountain, now channeled through the green voice, pulsed through me. I felt ready as I could ever be. Sarah squeezed my hand, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and pride. "Be careful," she whispered. I separated from them, moving towards a less obvious descent path, a narrow, winding goat trail that snaked down the side of the gorge. The echoes intensified as I descended, becoming a cacophony of distorted sounds. My own footsteps seemed to multiply, creating phantom movements around me. The light from the glowing moss pulsed erratically, casting shifting, confusing shadows. This was the raw power of the green voice, and I needed to channel it. Deep in the gorge, I found them, Thorn's team. They were at the very bottom, in a wider cavern where the glowing moss was densest, pulsing with an intense emerald light. The telluric resonator stood at its center, its metallic arms reaching out, connecting with wires to the glowing moss. Director Thorn himself was there, his face illuminated by the green glow, overseeing his technicians. As I watched from a hidden ledge, Blackwood and Eli initiated their diversion. A series of loud, sharp explosions echoed from the upper reaches of the gorge, rudimentary flashbangs Eli had prepared, followed by a torrent of rolling rocks and shouted Abenaki war cries. Thorne's men reacted instantly, scrambling, their tactical lights swinging upwards, their attention momentarily diverted. "Now mark," I heard Blackwood's voice, carried on a distorted echo, urging me on. I took a deep breath, clutching the whisperer bird. I focused my intent, reaching out with my mind, connecting with the green voice. I felt the node respond, a subtle tremor, a willing surge of energy. I began to hum, a low, resonant note that synchronized with the green voice's rhythm, then expanded into a soft, guttural chant, similar to the one at the heart, but tailored to the unique frequency of this node. As I chanted, the blue light from the whisperer bird pulsed wildly, and the green glow of the moss in the cavern below intensified, shimmering, dancing with unnatural energy. The echoes in the gorge became deafening, not just sound, but visual distortions. Phantom figures appeared, flickering in the periphery of Thorne's men's vision. The walls of the gorge seemed to ripple, the very ground to shift. Thorne's men cried out in confusion, their formation breaking, their focus shattering. They began to fire wildly at phantoms, at shadows, at their own reflections. The gorge became a maelstrom of disorienting sensory input. Thorne, however, was different. He saw through some of the illusions. His years of scientific training and sheer force will allowing him to maintain some semblance of clarity. He saw me, perched on the ledge, glowing faintly with the blue light of the whisperer, chanting, directing the chaos. "Jensen," he roared, his voice cutting through the din, aiming his pistol at me. "Stop this madness." But he couldn't focus. The illusions were too strong, too pervasive. His aim wavered, his vision swam with phantom figures. Sarah, using the confusion as cover, appeared at the edge of the cavern, a crude but effective EMP device fashioned from Eli's salvaged electronics clutched in her hand. She hurled it towards the telluric resonator. It struck the device with a shower of sparks. The telluric resonator shuddered, its monitors flickering wildly, then went dark. A deep groan emanated from the green moss, a sound of relief, of a wound briefly healed. "No!" Thorne screamed, his face contorted in a mask of fury. But it was too late. The resonator was disabled. The illusions, no longer directed through me, began to slowly recede, the echoes fading, the phantom figures dissolving. The green voice, its energy expended in the defensive surge, began to dim, its soft glow fading, retreating into a state of quiet dormancy. Thorne's men, still disoriented, began to regain their senses. Thorne himself, his eyes burning with vengeful fire, ignored his disabled device and locked onto me. He raised his pistol again, this time with a horrifying clarity of purpose. But before he could fire, Eli, appearing silently from the shadows, moved with incredible speed, intercepting Thorne. The two men clashed, a brutal, silent struggle. Eli, with his raw strength and knowledge of close-quarters combat, was a formidable opponent. He disarmed Thorne, sending the pistol clattering across the cavern floor, then held him in a vice-like grip. "You will not harm him, Thorne," Eli growled, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "The mountain protects its own." Thorne struggled, his face contorted with rage, but Eli's grip was unbreakable. Blackwood then appeared, moving swiftly to my side, helping me down from the ledge. I was weak, drained, but exhilarated. We had done it. We had stopped Thorne. "Retrieve the resonator," Thorne yelled at his men, his voice still shaking with fury. "It can be repaired. We are not defeated." His remaining men, shaken but still loyal, began to gather the pieces of the now inert device. They were wary, glancing at us, at Eli holding Thorn, but they obeyed their leader. "We have what we came for," Blackwood said to Eli, his eyes scanning the gorge. "The green voice is safe for now. Let him go." Eli hesitated, then, with a final, contemptuous shove, released Thorn. Thorn stumbled, glaring at us, then at Eli, then at the now-dimmed green voice. His eyes were cold, calculating, already planning his next move. "This is a temporary setback, Blackwood," Thorn hissed, his voice trembling with contained rage. "A minor inconvenience. You have merely delayed the inevitable. I will find a way. I will understand these nodes, and I will control them. And Mark Jensen," he pointed a finger at me, his gaze chillingly intense. "You are an aberration, a scientific anomaly. We will unravel you. We will dissect your connection. And when we do, your children will serve as new conduits, Mark. Your family will become my instruments." The words struck me like a physical blow, a cold dread seizing my heart. My children. He knew about my children. The threat was real, insidious, and terrifyingly personal. Blackwood stepped forward, his eyes blazing. "You will never touch them, Thorn. The mountain protects its keepers and their lineage. You underestimate its power. You underestimate our resolve." Thorn merely smirked, a cruel, confident smile that chilled me to the bone. "We shall see, old man. The game has just begun." He then motioned to his men, and they began their retreat, carrying the disabled resonator with them, disappearing into the winding pathways of the gorge. The silence that followed was heavy, pregnant with the echoes of Thorn's chilling threat. The green glow from the moss had almost entirely faded, leaving the cavern in near darkness. I felt a surge of fear, a primal terror for my children. I looked at Sarah, her face etched with horror, her hands clenched into fists. Thorn had found our ultimate weakness. Blackwood placed a hand on my shoulder. "His words are meant to wound, Mark, to break your spirit. Do not let them." But the fear was real. The threat was real. Thorn was not just a scientific fanatic. He was a ruthless monster, willing to use innocent children to achieve his twisted goals. Eli nodded grimly. He knows where to strike. He understands the deepest connections. He is dangerous because he is intelligent, ruthless, and without true empathy. "We need to go back for them," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "Our children, they're not safe." My mind raced, the mountains whispers a frantic chorus in my head. Thorn's threat was a game changer. It wasn't just about protecting the mountain anymore. It was about protecting my family, about fighting for their very lives, their freedom. Blackwood looked at us, his eyes weary but firm. He chose his words carefully, Mark. He knows your connection to the breather is strong. He knows you are a target. He will be watching your home, waiting for you to return, if we go back. Blackwood was right. Thorn's words were meant to inflict fear, to shatter our resolve. But they did the opposite. They ignited a cold, hard fire in my gut. My children. Sarah and I shared a look, a silent agreement passing between us. There was no going back now. We would go for them. "He will be waiting," Eli cautioned, his voice low. "He expects you to run back to your nest. That is where he will set his trap." "Then we don't go straight there," I said, the mountain's whispers in my head no longer chaotic, but a focused hum of urgency. "My connection, I can feel things. I can sense his surveillance. We can use it." Blackwood nodded, his gaze distant, calculating. Thorn is meticulous. He will have planned multiple contingencies, but he is still a man of science, relying on technology. We have something he doesn't, the mountain, and its wisdom. Eli led us back to his community. The elders gathered, their faces etched with concern as Blackwood explained Thorn's new, terrifying threat. This wasn't just about the mountain anymore. It was about the sanctity of family, a concept deeply revered by their people. Sarah, though visibly shaken, was already thinking, if he's watching our house, we can't just walk in. We need to create a diversion, draw his forces away, or disable his surveillance. And we need a way to get the children out undetected, I added, the image of my kids, innocent and unaware, burning in my mind. For the next few days, Eli's community became our war council. We meticulously planned. Eli's people were masters of stealth and subterfuge in the wilderness. They knew the backroads, the hidden trails, the blind spots of modern technology. My connection to the mountain became my most potent weapon. I spent hours in meditation, stretching my senses across the hundreds of miles back to our home. I felt the subtle hum of Thorn's drones, the faint electromagnetic pulses of his ground sensors, the cold metallic tang of his operatives' hidden outposts. He had indeed cast a wide net, a sophisticated web of surveillance designed to catch any movement towards our house. He has operatives disguised as hikers, loggers, even utility workers. I reported to Blackwood and Eli, my eyes closed, my voice steady as I navigated the unseen landscape. Two teams, rotating shifts, observing the house directly. Drones patrol the air. Ground sensors are clustered around the main access roads and the perimeter of the property. He is thorough, Blackwood murmured. He wants to capture you, Mark, and he wants your family to lure you in. Sarah worked with Eli's people, studying maps, devising escape routes, identifying potential weaknesses in Thorn's perimeter. She learned how to dismantle and repurpose electronics, how to create signals that would scramble Thorn's drones, how to move through the environment leaving no trace. Her pragmatism, once a source of mild exasperation, was now a critical asset. The plan coalesced, a complex tapestry of deception and daring. We wouldn't directly engage Thorn's forces at the house. Instead, we would use the mountain's energy and my connection to it to create a grand illusion, a false trail designed to pull Thorn's attention away from our true objective. Eli and a small team of his most skilled trackers would move ahead, planting small, low-frequency telluric emitters, devices Blackwood had repurposed from old scientific equipment, along a path leading deep into a remote section of the Adirondacks, far from our house. These emitters, when activated by a surge of mountain energy, would mimic my unique telluric signature, creating a ghost Mark Jensen. Meanwhile, Blackwood would guide me in a powerful, focused meditation, channeling the breather's energy through me and the whisperer bird to activate these emitters simultaneously. This would create a convincing illusion of me moving rapidly through the wilderness, drawing Thorn's drones and ground teams after a phantom. While his forces are chasing shadows, Blackwood explained, Sarah and I, along with Eli's fastest runners, will move on your house. We will use the disruption to get your children out. My role was critical and dangerous. I would be a beacon, a target, but I would be far from the actual confrontation, deep in the safety of Eli's community. It was a terrifying position to be the bait, knowing my family's lives depended on my ability to sell the illusion. The night of the operation arrived, dark and moonless, perfect for our purposes. Eli's team had been gone for 2 days, planting the emitters. Blackwood and Sarah prepared their own small packs, their faces grim but resolute. "Be safe," I whispered to Sarah, holding her close. The thought of her facing Thorn's men, even with a diversion, twisted my gut. You too, Mark, she replied, her voice firm. Focus. Our children are counting on you. She kissed me, a long, desperate kiss that tasted of fear and unwavering love, then turned and disappeared into the darkness with Blackwood and Eli's team. I returned to the central cavern, the milky white crystal humming faintly in the dim light. I sat before it, the whisper bird clutched in my hand, its blue light a steady pulse. Blackwood's absence was a stark reminder of the stakes. I was alone, connected only to the vast, ancient consciousness of the mountain. I closed my eyes, reaching out not just to the breather, but to the entire network of nodes, feeling the telluric currents of the land. I found the emitters Eli had placed, tiny pinpricks of potential energy waiting for my touch. I felt Thorn's surveillance, a buzzing web over my home, over the entire region. It was like a vast, complex nervous system, and I was about to send a powerful, misleading signal through it. I took a deep breath, synchronizing my pulse with the mountain's steady thrum. The whisper bird pulsed intensely, its blue light growing brighter, radiating warmth that spread through my entire body. I began to hum, a low, resonant note, and then expanded it into the ancient chant, not for healing, but for focus, for projection. Energy surged through me, the raw, untamed power of the mountain. I felt it gather, coil, then stream outwards, along the hidden telluric lines, reaching the distant emitters. With a final, guttural cry, I unleashed the full force of my intent. Hundreds of miles away, Eli's emitters came alive, one after another, pulsing with a telluric signature identical to mine. Thorn's surveillance network instantly registered the anomaly. Drones veered, ground teams scrambled, heat signatures appeared on monitors, all tracking the phantom Mark Jensen, rushing through the remote wilderness. I felt Thorn's frustration, his fury as his resources were stretched, diverted, chasing a ghost. I maintained the projection, feeding it energy, sustaining the illusion, pushing my mental and spiritual limits. My head throbbed, my body trembled, but I held on, envisioning Sarah and Blackwood moving like shadows towards our home, their path now clear. Hours passed, the strain was immense. I felt the pressure of Thorn's forces, their growing confusion, their desperate attempts to verify the phantom. But I held strong, a beacon drawing them away, a mirage in the wilderness. Then a sudden, powerful surge of fear and relief, not from the mountain, but from Sarah, a fleeting, intense burst of emotion. They had reached the house, they were inside, and they had found the children. I pictured the moment, Sarah, her face etched with determination, confronting whatever Thorn had left behind. The children, scared but safe, bundled quickly into the night. My projection faltered for a moment, my focus momentarily broken by the image, but then I rallied, pouring every ounce of remaining will into sustaining the illusion, to buy them more time. The fear subsided, replaced by a growing sense of movement, of escape. They were out. They were moving, fast, away from the house, towards the rendezvous point Eli had planned. With the last of my strength, I let the projection fade, slowly, naturally, as if Mark Jensen had simply vanished into the mountain's embrace. Thorn's network would go wild, searching, bewildered, convinced I had disappeared into thin air. I collapsed, utterly drained, the whisper bird falling from my grasp. The cavern swam before my eyes, the milky crystal blurring. I was exhausted, but a profound wave of relief washed over me. They were safe, for now. Days later, Sarah, Blackwood, Eli, and my children arrived back at the hidden community. When I saw my kids running towards me, their faces bright with relief and confusion, I broke. I knelt, hugging them tightly, burying my face in their hair, smelling the familiar scent of home, of safety. Daddy, my son cried, clinging to me. Mommy said we were going on an adventure. My daughter, older and more perceptive, looked at me, then at Sarah. What happened, Mommy? Why are we here? Sarah smoothed her hair, her eyes meeting mine, a silent language passing between us. It's a long story, sweetie, but we're safe now, and we're together. In the quiet aftermath, as the children played in the commune, blissfully unaware of the true danger they had faced, we regrouped. Thorn was furious, his plans once again thwarted. His surveillance network was in disarray, his resources scattered, his target vanished. But he would adapt, he would learn, and he would return. He will redouble his efforts to understand your connection, Mark, Blackwood warned, his voice grave. He knows now that direct confrontation is difficult. He will seek to analyze, to replicate, to find other conduits, perhaps even other nodes to experiment with. Eli nodded. He will hunt you with renewed vigor, not just for your power, but for your children. He sees them as a way to control you and as potential new avenues for his research. But we had gained something invaluable, time, and a profound understanding of Thorn's methods. We had a network, a community, a sanctuary, and I had a heightened connection to the mountain, an ability to sense its stirrings, its warnings. My normal life was indeed gone. The suburban dad, the historical preservationist, that Mark Jensen was a ghost. I was now a keeper, a conduit, linked to an ancient power, protecting my family and the mountain from a relentless, technologically advanced foe. Sarah, my wife, had transformed alongside me, a fierce protector and an invaluable partner, her intellect and resilience honed by fire. "What now?" Sarah asked, her hand finding mine. "How do we live like this, always on the run, always looking over our shoulder?" Blackwood looked at us, his old eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and hope. "We do not run forever, we prepare. We learn, we connect with others. The great sleeper is vast, Mark. There are other keepers, other communities, scattered across the globe, all quietly tending their nodes, all wary of the growing reach of organizations like Veritas. We seek them out. We form a new network of protection." He paused, then looked at me, a solemn expression on his face. "Your journey is not one of battle, Mark, but of guardianship. You are the bridge between the human world and the mountain's consciousness. You must learn to listen, to teach, to inspire. The ultimate fight is not with Thorn's weapons, but with his ideology. To show the world that the mountain is not to be conquered, but to be revered. That harmony, not control, is the path forward." I looked at Sarah, then at my children, playing under the watchful eyes of Eli's people. The fear was still there, a constant hum beneath my skin, but it was now tempered by a fierce resolve. The mountain's song, once a chaotic roar, was now a deep, resonant hum within me, a source of strength, of wisdom, of a new, terrifying purpose. The world was no longer small, no longer mundane. It was vast, ancient, alive with hidden energies and cosmic struggles. And I, Mark Jensen, was now irrevocably a part of it. My journey had not ended, it had merely transformed. We would live, we would learn, and we would fight for the future, for the children, for the mountain. The whispers of the vale, the heartbeat of the earth would guide us, and we would be ready.